Esteemed guests, welcome to the class conference. My name is Romy Levin and I'm honoured to be your host today on the Nexus stage. It's truly wonderful to see so many of our international student living community gathered once again. This marks the 14th edition of the class conference and we're delighted to be hosting in vibrant Lisboa, or Lisbon in case that was a terrible Portuguese accent. Each year, this conference serves as the class's flagship annual event, where leaders from real estate, higher education, urban planning, and policy making come together to explore how bold ideas and cross-border collaboration can shape the future of European student living. This shared space, where public ambition meets private innovation, is what allows our community to turn unique insight into very, very, very important impact. We have a very exciting agenda and thought-provoking session lined up for you today, filled with inspiring discussions, forward-looking ideas, and a lineup of charismatic speakers ready to share their insights with the entire community. But before we dive in, I'd like to recognize one person whose vision and leadership makes this gathering possible year after year. Please give a massive round of applause and a huge warm welcome to Kellyanne, Managing Director of the Class Foundation.
Hello. I'm back. Hi, everyone. I'm losing my voice a little bit from last night, so give me some courage for the rest of the day. And I hope that I'm not too graspy for you all. But huge welcome to the LX Factory and to the Class Conference 2025, Reinforcing Europe. As Romy mentioned, my name is Kellyanne Watson. I'm the Managing Director here at the Class Foundation, and I have the privilege of leading this organisation, a not-for-profit, partnership-based organisation. And for those that are joining us for the first time, the Class represents a living sector through lots of different ways, from municipalities to education to the student living sector. And what we do is we strategically connect all of the dots between each of these institutions to help make student living better, fairer, and more sustainable. So over the years, our community has continued to grow into one of the most influential voices in the sector. So we now represent 125 partners with a combination of 500 billion euros of assets across Europe. Skipping through my slides and forgetting where we are, that's good. So here is our community, and you can see here our fantastic organisations that are here in the room. So across the 125 partners, 3 million beds and 500 billion euros of investments. So together we are building a bright future for student housing. We're doing that through our 4 pillars, which you're going to learn much more about as we go throughout the day. So our work, we lead several initiatives, research collaborations that give structure to this impact. Our national action frameworks help countries like Spain, the Netherlands, Italy, and the UK to build coordinated national strategies for student housing delivery. And I'm really excited to say that we are starting our French collaboration as well later on in the year. So we also have our student living monitor that focuses on student well-being. We now have the insight captured of 20,000 students across Europe. We also have our living research with our partners JLL, which connects the market evidence that directly impacts policy decisions and dialogues. And our investment barometer through the collaboration with Savills, which tracks investor sentiment, trends, and capital flows that influence the sector's future. So yesterday gave us a perfect start to the conference through our site tours. We had the chance to attend lots of different site tours across Lisbon. So a huge special thanks to Erasmus+, Grupo Cassius, Me Campus, Zior, and Milestone for opening your doors and letting us in. But also, well done to those that braced the storm as well. And all of you said Manchester was going to be rainy. We definitely brought that here to Lisbon. But we're hoping for sunshine for the rest of the day. And then I want to highlight the Best in Class Awards. The reason why my voice is a little bit graspy is because we had a very, very exciting evening across 11 categories, 130 applicants, and 56,000 public votes. Our award winners were absolutely phenomenal. We were so excited to highlight some of these fantastic organizations, but with so many fantastic finalists, it was a very, very hard job, but I really hope you all enjoyed the evening. So, this year I am especially proud of the fantastic expert speakers and program that we have put together. I'm even more ecstatic that we have again been able to deliver a 50-50 split of female speakers and male speakers on this stage. I go to many real estate events that are also fantastic, but I still find that it's so underrepresented, particularly on stage. So something that I'm very, very proud of that my team has been able to deliver once again. And then heading over to this morning with the Women's Network as well and seeing near 80 women and allies discussing really important topics in a space where everybody can be involved with the conversation of how do we move this dialogue forward, especially because I heard some of you were out till 3 a.m. in the morning, so I'm extremely proud that you turned up at 8:30 this morning. So, reinforcing Europe. I'm now going to talk you through a little bit about this space. So where we are stood now, this is the Nexus stage. This is going to focus on connecting policy, investment, and delivery. It's a really high-level strategic conversation. We have government officials, policy makers, huge, large investors with loads of capital to deliver into the markets. So that's going to happen on this stage. If you need to see the agenda, we have the agenda board just here on the right, but you can also use the app as well throughout the day to find the session overviews. We then have the catalyst stage, which is the round stage behind you over there on the other side of the all-day food. That stage is much more about on-the-ground solutions, collective challenges, and how do we move it forward in terms of solutions. We have conversations on AI, well-being, also investment as well. So it's going to be a very interactive stage in a workshop format. So if you don't have the chance to speak on stage today, that session there should be super engaging and give you also a chance to be part of the conversation. And then finally, we have the community stage, which is in the area, the blue room, where you first came in. That is a newer initiative for us called the Community Hubs, where it's actually remit-based. So it's people with common roles and shared problems and shared challenges being able to communicate and connect with each other and network and build their network across like-minded individuals. So we have networks for the marketing, operations, investment, and also HR and people. So even if you're not from those remits, but you are interested in feeding that information back to your teams as well, if you're a CEO or so on, you can also be part of those conversations as well. And just a quick quote from my dad, which is something that I've continued to use throughout my years, which is a problem shared is a problem halved. So that is exactly what we're trying to do today, and I hope that you take this motto forward and use it yourself. So, in today's conversation, this is going to be focused on how do we reinforce Europe. And I'm really delighted to share a short video from the European Commission highlighting the role of EU-level cooperation and investment in addressing Europe's student housing challenges.
I'm sorry I can't be with you in person today at the class conference, but I am pleased that I can address you through this short video message. Student housing cannot be more topical when millions of Europeans are struggling to find affordable housing solutions. I know amongst those, many of them, a lot of young people and students. So what's at stake and why does the Commission need to act? The European Commission has put housing, including student housing, at the top of its priorities. In her State of the Union speech in September, the President of the Commission noted that the housing crisis is a social crisis that weakens our cohesion, that threatens our competitiveness. And she explicitly mentioned the importance of finding the right solutions for students and young people. And rightly so. We see students dropping out of their courses because they cannot pay the rent. Young people delaying leaving home, delaying starting families. This is a great concern to the President, but also, of course, to Executive Vice President Mintsatu, who's responsible for education and training, for Commissioner Mikalev, who's the Commissioner for Young People, as well as for my boss, Commissioner Jorgensen, the first ever Housing Commissioner. Action is needed, included at the European level. And that's why this year, the Commission will present the first ever Housing Affordable Plan. And although I cannot tell you exactly what yet, we are explicitly targeting actions at young people and students. And by the way, when the plan is adopted, that is not the end of the story, indeed far from it. Next comes implementation, which will be the most important step. So I'm glad we'll be pushed along at the highest level by a housing summit to take place next year, which has also been announced by President von der Leyen. So why is ensuring affordable and accessible housing, particularly for students and young people, so important? Young people are particularly impacted by the housing crisis. In general terms, they face rising rents, they face labor market insecurity, and students and trainees specifically face a lack of affordable student accommodation. And this is happening right across Europe. One or two key facts and figures that illustrate the problems. During the last decade, the gap in real income between young and older people has increased, with young people facing an increasing risk of poverty. 2 out of 10 people aged between 16 and 29 in the EU live in a situation of overcrowding. Young people tend to leave the parental home later than before in all EU member states. In some countries, the average age is now more than 30 years old. Each year, 2.2 million students move across Europe for education, for early career experiences. And if they cannot find affordable places to live, they can't take up new jobs, they can't go into new courses. Housing is key for the autonomy, for the security and stability in young people's lives. And yes, I think it's an important factor in the security and stability of our democracy. So how does student housing fit within the European Affordable Housing Plan? Let me tell you a bit about how we're approaching the plan. 2025 has been the year for consultation. We've been carefully listening to citizens, stakeholders, student and youth organizations, authorities at all levels to better understand the root causes of the crisis and to seek out your ideas for solutions. The official consultation period is now closed, but we've had more than 13,000 responses, plenty of food for thought. And in the European Affordable Housing Plan, we're looking at the fundamental drivers of the crisis, but also how the EU can support the work of member states and cities and regions that hold the main responsibility for housing. We all need to work together to make affordable, sustainable, and decent quality housing a reality for all. Specifically on young people and students, I think it's essential to identify and to replicate successful approaches that answer the specific needs of students and trainees, particularly the less well-off. There are several promising programs and projects that have already emerged, and these could serve as models to be copied or scaled up. And I'm hearing in particular that we need to look at students, again, that target the least advantaged students for whom high housing costs represent a particular burden. You may ask, so where's the money going to come from? Indeed, I'm hearing from many quarters that funding and finance to support more investment is an important part of the answer. The EU is already mobilizing investment through the InvestEU's advisory hub and fund. The EU has been helping higher education institutions to design, implement and fund the construction and renovation of student accommodation. Under Cohesion Policy 2, 7.5 billion of the EU's budget support was initially planned for housing for this period up to 2027. The recent midterm review of cohesion policy now allows member states to double that spending all the way up to 15 billion euros for housing, including student housing. The Recovery and Resilience Facility is also supporting investments and reforms with over 22 billion allocated to social housing and other social infrastructure. We need to carry that forward into the next 7-year period, as the Commission has proposed, to make affordable and social housing a priority for the next budgeting period. We're also planning to flexibilize state aid rules for member states on affordable housing. And last but not least, we're developing a pan-European investment platform together with the European Investment Bank, with national promotion banks and international financial institutions to bring together all sources of public funding at the EU level to try to unlock that potential for private investment in support of our goals. In conclusion, let me stress that the Commission is really committed to delivering housing solutions for all, and that young people and students are very much to the forefront of our minds as we finalize our work on the European Affordable Housing Plan. So please, watch this space. Thank you for your attention and interest, and I wish you a very successful conference.
We are so proud to be validated by the European Commission and their agenda, and to deliver more student housing across Europe. You're going to learn today and be part of the conversation in how we do that. So at this point, it gives me great pleasure to invite up Frank Uffen, our co-founder, to share the European agenda and the data to reinforce Europe today.
Familiar faces and a lot of new faces as well.
I don't know if
Indeed, my title is co-founder because we started this in 2010 when we saw that there was an emerging student housing crisis happening in the Netherlands. And as you could see from the video of the European Commission, it's really something that, although we've predicted it, unfortunately started to happen everywhere in Europe, and that we as a community are very much called upon to support the next generation of students with affordable and, in general, availability of housing. So I think we have an incredible task today, and it's very much in the tradition of the class conference to do it the way we do it, by inviting different people from different sectors to express how they see the challenges in the market, but also to see how we can collaborate to overcome them. And research and data is one of the things that are really, really important. And also building relationships and trust. The relationship with Brussels, from the class perspective, started already many, many years ago. For many times we went there to have meetings, to show our research, to share what's going on in Europe. And for the longest time, I personally didn't feel that we were being heard and that it didn't really seem to generate any action. But I think that was also my naivety, because what we learned is that in places like Brussels, it is actually the consistency and the longevity of these conversations that are really important, and that we sustain our efforts as a community. And it's paying off with what you just saw as the initiative of the Dan Jurgensen, the new Commissioner for Housing, for the European Affordable Housing Plan. So, what does that mean concretely for me as a moderator today of several of the panels, is to get the responses of the different stakeholders from their perspective. Basically, what we want to do after this conference is summarize the ideas, summarize the key data sets that are presented here, and share them with Matthew Baldwin and the Commissioner as input for the European Housing Plan. So it's very tangible, it's very practical. We already shared our previous research, we already have also sent a whole letter explaining our position, but it's really something that the EU Commission has invited us to do. But this is not the only place that we do it. It's actually in all the capitals in many cities. Housing has become one of the #1 topics politically. As you know, in the Netherlands, in Portugal, in the UK, the people's concern with affordability and access to housing doesn't only count for the student population. It's actually for most of people in the communities that we have our housing. It's a challenge. So you see often that that leads to a conversation about lack and competition from different groups. And it's really, really important that we expand the supply to make sure that also students are welcome in university cities like Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Lisbon, and Barcelona, and that we don't get into the situation where international students, for example, are blamed for the problems that we see often now in the media. So we have a big challenge, and I'm really, really happy that we have started collaborating much more closely with our stakeholders in the different markets. Kellyanne mentioned it already, national action frameworks. We have an agenda, we have talking points. It's always centered around availability, affordability, student experience, improving the student experience and well-being, and collaboration. So the consistency is starting to pay off, and I'm very, very happy to invite Charlie and Richard to the stage right now to share the insights from the investment barometer and the annual European student market updates. So please come on stage, gentlemen. And warm applause. Do you mind sending? Yeah, as we said, we started doing the research also to be able to monitor it. And Kelly mentioned already that in many markets, data is really difficult to obtain. So to even have the idea that we're talking about apples and apples, it was a challenge. So I'm really, really happy with the research collaboration with Savills and JOL. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Shall we straight go into the data and then discuss the trends that we are seeing?
Sounds great.
Yeah.
So, good morning everyone. It's a pleasure to be back here for the third year in a row to give you an update on what we've seen in terms of investment activity and investors' aspirations. And I think from this, talking about the affordability piece, the concerns that some people have about what politicians can do and what regulations could do to kind of stymie the growth they have in place. So I think to start off with, it's kind of worth pointing to the continued strong ambition we see from investors who are finally into our survey. They have around 136,000 beds already, and over the next 5 years they have ambitions to increase by about 97,000 or so, adding another 20 billion of investment into the sector, which, given the kind of headwinds we're facing, the challenges we've seen over the last few years, that continued desire and willingness to kind of put their money where their mouth is and want to go into the sector, I think is a real positive and something we can continue to build on through conversations through the day. I think one of the big changes we have seen though this year compared to last year is where is it that investors are targeting for the next 2 to 5 years for their growth. Now, last year was very much UK, Netherlands, kind of a more Northern European tilt on where they were going. Like, we saw that through the level of investment the UK continues to get through the more liquid market, a number of development coming through. But I think that kind of fall off and the switch to Southern Europe points, in my mind, to a couple of things. Firstly, the potential opportunities that those Southern European markets have, given the nascency of the kind of private PBSA sectors, the opportunities that exist for new investors to come in, build product that doesn't exist and kind of lead the market going forward. But then also the kind of rhetoric and political challenges you're facing in some of those Northern European markets around changes to their outlook for bringing international students in and the kind of nervousness that creates for investors thinking about where they want to go and where their longevity of income is going to come. And that very much comes through when we ask them, what are those barriers? What's the kind of concerns they have to deliver on those 97,000 beds over the next 5 years? And lo and behold, rising to the top of their concerns this year is that regulatory piece, with all of the respondents saying they're at least somewhat concerned about what regulation means. And now, we'll touch upon this in discussion, I think, but regulation, in my view, in and of itself is not a bad thing. It's how it's implemented and what it looks like. But the other concerns for them, which I think is shared by many people around the room, is like, if you want to deliver this, you want to build new stock, it's expensive. The construction costs are high, land availability isn't as freely available. It's that kind of challenge you face of putting a spade in the ground to get something off the ground comes forward. And the other one, I think, once you've got it up and running, is how much does it cost to run? And like making sure that it's a viable product and you're delivering the right type of schemes, the right type of students. But positively, because there's got to be a positive somewhere in all of these things, is you look at the far left or right, the availability of refinance, I think there's less concern now than there has been over the last 2 years, and that's been continually falling since 2023. So I think that points to some opportunities we have in the sector to kind of refinance and unlock more capital to reinvest into new stock. And that's shown here when we're looking at kind of where investors look at that kind of challenges or concerns around different forms of capital over the next 3 to 5 years. Everything pretty much is in a better state than it was in 2023. There's a little bit of concern more now than there was last year for some of these bits, but generally it's painting a more beneficial picture. I think we're seeing that with the reallocation of investors, real estate investment to the living sectors outside of commercial sectors, but also banks wanting to lend debt into the living sectors where they see the strongest potential growth, more so than the kind of retail and office sectors. And my final slide here, just circling back to that regulatory point, is when we ask them what their kind of stances are on what affordability could or couldn't do and what their changes are, unsurprisingly, people are concerned about what regulation means for their return profile. And especially I think that's if new regulation comes in, when you've already set up your business plan, you're already partly invested, and suddenly what you thought you could do isn't available anymore. But the two for me that really kind of cause some pause for concern and something where we need to engage as a sector with politicians, with municipalities, with universities to get this right is, A, you're disincentivizing innovation. If regulation's too hard, you just kind of say, well, I'm going to leave that, I'm not going to change, I'm not going to improve, I'm not going to be better. But also that potential to reduce developer interest in funding and delivering new schemes. Because if you don't have that, we won't reach ambitions of these investors, and also we won't solve the gap that Charlie's now going to talk about in his slides.
Yeah. Quick, Charlie, before we go to you, Richard, I think what's really interesting indeed also to see now in a 3-year phase what the trends are, that some of the concerns are becoming lower or less, or actually somehow continue. But what do you see are some of the stories behind this concern around regulation? Because we just saw that the EU is trying also to incentivize the market, but also potentially coming in with regulations. So can you say a little bit more what specifics investors are concerned with?
I think one of the big concerns is the regulation of what governments are doing around international student recruitment, what that means for the growth of these sectors, what that means for rental growth, what they're planning to do around rent controls, and what that means for their ability to look through a 5 to 10 year life cycle for an asset and think, right, I now know what I'm going to do, I can deliver this, it's going to give me the returns I need, so therefore I'm happy to press the button. And that, for me, is the uncertainty. When people are talking about regulation and like what it might be, you have years of people kind of putting people like stuff in the newspapers or just talking around it, suddenly you don't want to make a decision because you don't know what you're going into. If it kind of comes out from the European regulation, actually this is what we're going to do, this is the framework, this is the playing field you're on, and it's not going to change, you can make a decision whether or not it's the right sector for you, but at least if you know that, you can make a long-term decision. When it's constantly fluctuating, it's very hard to say with certainty, right, I'm going to go and press the button and spend 100 million, 200 million, 500 million euros.
Well, we'll hear in a later panel from the investors themselves how they see that they are active in different markets. So there you see also that regulations take different forms and shapes everywhere we talk. And I guess it was too early to say that that these concerns are related to the European initiatives that we another collaboration that is also becoming more and more powerful is with JOL, especially to look at the demand and the supply gap. As we announced last year, you and your research team estimate that in 2030 there will be a supply gap around 3.2 million beds across Europe. And today we're going to invite Charlie to show what the trends are since that publication, what has happened on the supply side and what has happened on the demand side. And what is really interesting about this methodology is that JOL incorporates several indicators of demand growth. That not only includes demographics and trends like internationalization, but also policy. So it gives us an indication of where we can influence things and how we can work together with policymakers with data like this. So Charlie, please give us the update for this year.
Perfect, thanks Frank. So yeah, we're just updating the report at the moment, which will be available at the end of November. But wanted to share some of our early findings. So first looking at student growth across Europe, you'll see from the graph that all countries expecting growth in student numbers over the next 5 years, and the majority actually that growth is increasing from the previous 5 years. So as Frank mentioned, we're looking here at the growth of 20 to 24-year-olds and the data that's available there over the next 5 years. We're looking at enrollment rates, and for international students, we're looking at the relationship with GDP in the country of origin to formulate these forecasts on student growth. So just picking out a couple of interesting markets here, perhaps. Spain, you'll see that growth increasing quite considerably. We're looking at 16% growth in student numbers over the next 5 years. That's driven by really strong growth in 20 to 24-year-olds, around 400,000 added to the population in that sector over the next 5 years, and increasing domestic mobility for students as well. So that's really strong GDP forecast for Spain, 1.8% versus 1.2% for the EU average, which is driving that increased domestic student mobility. In Italy, you've got some similar drivers there as well. You've got 10% growth in student numbers over the next 5 years. Italy, interestingly, looking at our research, has quite good affordability overall particularly for international student. You're looking at probably around 1,700 USD for an international student per month in Milan. That's including tuition, living costs, rent, versus around 5,000 USD in London. So that is driving a lot of that growth into Italy and the southern European markets that Richard touched upon from an investor perspective is important as well. Maybe then another one, Ireland, obviously we're seeing huge growth there. It is a much smaller student market, so that's worth pointing out. You're coming off a lower base, but again, strong population statistics, strong GDP, and likely to benefit from the US visa regulations there as well, with the number of English-speaking classes there. So to look at the impact on core unmet demand, we take those demand student numbers that I just discussed. We look at 45% of the domestic mobile students and 80% of international students. And they're the students that we think are using PBSA. And we then, well, most likely to be using PBSA. And we overlay those on our supply pipeline and database to look at what's going to happen to that supply story over the next 5 years. And as you can see, as Frank said, that core unmet demand is increasing still. We're still seeing it up near that 3.1, 3.2 million that Frank mentioned, from 2.6 million beds today. To put that in context, we're expecting around 100,000 beds to be delivered per annum across Europe in the pipeline. It would need to be around 600,000 beds per annum to meet that core unmet demand and solve the supply issue. So, yeah, it's a big number and something I know everyone's going to be talking about on panels later today. Just quickly looking at a few markets in particular. Germany has the highest level of core unmet demand. Not unsurprising, given it's the largest market, 3 million students there, sort of in line with France. And the supply pipeline is very constrained for the construction cost reasons in particular that Richard discussed. You then see other markets, the southern European markets, that core unmet demand increasing over the next 5 years, which is driving a lot of interest from private investors and developers into southern Europe, where they expect to get robust rent growth, and there's also attractive financing as well in those markets. UK, it's obviously very different across each city in the UK, so it's difficult to put it in a national context. And there are certainly some cities in the UK that you probably wouldn't say have a unmet demand. But overall, if you look at the UK, we're expecting strong growth in student numbers, over 20% over the next 5 years, with that strong 20 to 24-year-olds, a lot of still very attractive international students, and supply pipeline really low. We all know the issues there around Gateway 2 and delivering new supply. So we think UK is turning a corner on a national perspective from the supply demand. Sorry. Then lastly, just putting that in the context of investment potential, the 150 billion figure is our estimate of what's been invested in the private PBSA market historically. And then to estimate what's required, we take that core unmet demand and multiply that by the average forward investment per bed cost, around 150,000 euros per bed. And you're looking at over 450 billion of investment required, which is going to need to be solved through public and private. And I know we'll get onto that in other panels as well.
Yeah. No, it's a big number, but it's also something that is helping us, the conversation, to make it very specific. I think there are a couple of things that are interesting too in like the stories behind the data. One of the things that you mentioned is where international student numbers are expected to go up. Do you have any indication where policy, for example, is showing its influence in lowering demand?
Yeah, I think Netherlands is probably the most obvious example of that we've seen, and you saw on the on the slide earlier that Netherlands, the core met demand is not increasing at the same level as other countries. That is because predominantly international student numbers. Last year, I think, grew by 3% versus we're looking at 12% three years ago.
Yeah.
So that government regulation, the visa restrictions on international is having a definite impact on international student demand, which it comes through in our met demand numbers as well.
Yeah. Now, Kumi Temple will be on the next panel from the national agency and also give us the latest numbers on that. But this is definitely one of the interesting conversations to have, right? Because if we understand from the EU Commission, but also increasingly from universities, is that in order for universities to attract students, housing is becoming increasingly the blocker in the long term. Especially as you pointed out that there are certain groups within the student population that rely on PBSA more than others. And I think we've also seen, and we will discuss later about the traditional student housing market, so not the purpose-built student housing market, is under a lot of pressure as well. In the Netherlands, for example, at the current rate, there is like around 10,000 rooms that are being taken out of the market because owners sell the properties. So there's lots of things going on to understand, but I think long term we have a clear objective. We need to build more, and we need a lot of capital to do that. And maybe the answer will be indeed a public and a private one. For both of you, if there's one recommendation that we should send to the European Commission from your data's perspective, what would it be? Richard, may I start with you?
So I think my main recommendation is the fact that the kind of national action frameworks you started rolling out this year, the kind of interface between public and private sector, bringing municipalities, bringing universities in together in one conversation, is probably one of the most important things to unlock and deliver more supply, especially if you're thinking about delivering more affordable supply, because you can't rely on the private sector to be doing every single thing on their own, because it just doesn't work. And you need a kind of holistic piece. And you look at places like the UK, where the student housing challenge has kind of crept up on universities because they didn't really think about how they're going to house all these additional students they're planning to bring in until suddenly they couldn't anymore. And getting everyone on the same page to think through what is the long-term impact of trying to grow themselves and trying to deliver all this stuff. Everyone needs to work together.
Yeah, very nice. So actually, when we are looking at your data, it's more a psychological map that concerns mean that we need to talk about concerns and we need to see how we can address them.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Charlie, yours.
Yeah, and I think similarly, again, it's if you look at previous examples, it's focusing, I would say from our research, it's focusing on supply-led measures from governments for help, perhaps rather than rent controls, which ultimately are going to lower the supply from the private sector and kick that problem down the road to the next generation of students, right? Where the underlying rental growth will still be there. So the main costs that come into developing PBSA, so debt financing, for example, where you can get some government measures for helping affordable financing. We've seen that in the wider affordable housing sector in Germany, with the state-owned banks providing affordable financing at low interest rates. I think those type of measures moved into the PBSA sector could help to push supply and naturally resolve that affordability issue through the laws of supply and demand.
Great. Good example as well for the conversation. This was the first panel. Thank you very much. Big applause for the two gentlemen. We see you next year. Yeah. It's going to be a tradition now. Yeah, I mean, incredible, right? But no, I think it has shown how powerful it is and how important it is to also use this kind of data in a policy setting. It's something new, I think, for most of us. Yeah. So great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank
Charlie.
you.
Thank you. I'm going to quickly go off. We have in 5 minutes the next panel that will concern all the countries that are currently study destinations and how they are dealing with attracting students. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hey! Oh.
appreciation in terms of the insights and recommendations you've shared.
Or
So
you-
for the very
Fun.
first time this year, we
Congratu-
have in-person community hubs over in the Blue Room. The first hub will be kicking off shortly. It's focused on HR strategy and building
work-related.
people-first cultures led by Hugo and the Social Hub. So if that's of interest, make sure you head over to the Blue Room. And if not, stay with us because we've got our first session on demand. So reinforcing Europe as the leading study destination. And I'd like to welcome to the stage our amazing, inspired speakers who are organizing themselves and will be up here very, very shortly. So, Frank, it's time for you to come back to the stage as moderator. And then I'd like to welcome Lucia, Commercial Process Coordinator at Study Portals. Kumi, Senior Policy Advisor at NUFIC. Joanna, Head of Unit at the Regional Delegation Occitanie East, Academy of Montpellier, Campus France. Andrea, Coordinator of the Accommodation Department on Erasmus Plus National Agency Portugal. And Josephine, Global Business Development Manager at ICEF. Big round of applause.
Yeah, and Andrea, award-winning since yesterday night. Yeah, how wonderful. Yeah.
I'm coming.
Yeah, beautiful project as well. I hope many of you were able to visit it yesterday.
Thanks for
And if not,
One of
please
those.
go see it. It's a great case of integrating public and private funding or resources, working together with the state, and also really setting new standards for affordability. So congratulations. All right. As I mentioned, where is one of the things that I hopefully was able to get across from the last panel set, was that increasingly student housing is a challenge in all the markets across Europe, which is a challenge for us
Are we
to work
starting right
together
now?
with the higher education
are.
sector. All of you have your own role within that ecosystem, and as Richard and Charlie were saying, the collaboration with the higher education sector is critical to increase the supply. So we're very interested in seeing what actually the demand trends are. So we have two short data set presentations as well that we would like to start with, and then we will talk about how everyone sees it from their own perspective in different markets. Lucia, may I invite you to start?
Thank you very much. Will I have like
Yeah, the
remote?
clicker should be here. There you go.
Sorry.
And if you like, you can also stand in front of the. That's easier.
That's fine.
This
How
is,
do I change? Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much for the nice introduction and good morning. So my name is Lucia Guglielmi and I'm part of the University Success team within Study Portals. So my day-to-day work life, I basically advise universities on international student recruitment. And when I met with Frank a couple of weeks ago, thank you again for having me, Frank asked me to look at what I already know with the student housing lens. So while I tried to do that, the very first thing that popped in my mind was actually a question. If student interest in your region grew last month of 20%, for example, would you know it? Or would you know why? Would you know where students come from? This is exactly the kind of question that we work on answering every day at Study Portals, and you will see how this presentation has a lot to do with what really connects national agencies, universities, and student housing organizations, which is student demand. So before we get into some slides about student demand, I just want to explain to you what our data is and how we collect it, right? So Study Portals is a study choice platform, the most used in the world. So we do support our users in the first part of their student journey. But what makes Study Portals so popular is a complete source. So we try to cover as much as possible, and we have over 90% of the currently existing English taught programs. It's made for students, it's 100% free of charge for them, and it will always be. So because of this, we managed to attract over 50 million unique users every year. That's a 50 million data journey out there. It's the biggest pool of student demand data that you can find. And we measure demand according to programs that students search, view, and eventually choose. And just a few weeks ago, we were awarded by the PI at the Pioneer Awards as for excellence in data and insights. So I did bring some of this data and insight today here for you. So a question that I'm very often asked is, Lucia, is it true that some of the most traditional destinations are losing ground in favor of Europe? The answer to this question is most times yes. So you can see this is the top 15 destinations globally ranked by student interest in the last 12 months compared to the previous 12 months. So you can see how the interest is shifting away, for example, from Canada or the US in favor of many European destinations. But overall, if we look at the top 15 destinations within Europe, we can see that with some very few exceptions, the trends are extremely positive. Maybe a bit too much. I hope Norway was ready for this 40% increase in demand. But where do students come from when they are searching for Europe is a list of the usual suspects and some, I think, very interesting new entries. But I will keep on bringing your attention to what I think is very important here, which is the changes. Look at how things change quickly. Again, this is the last 12 months compared to the prior 12 months. We're also currently running a survey. It hasn't been released yet. It will be around the end of November, so they're actually the first ones seeing a part of this data. So we have surveyed universities, and just in the period in between August and October, we got roughly 600 answers, which is amazing. And one of the questions we asked was, does housing influence student choices? And you see that roughly 1/3 of European institutions identify housing shortages as a major obstacle to student enrollment. And in some cases, that's even wilder. We saw that, for example, institutions in the Netherlands answered that that's a significant issue at least 50% of the times. And the other 50% are probably lying. I'm joking. So yeah, student interest changes constantly, quickly. Let's have a look, for example, at some factors, like, for example, global events that can literally shift interest overnight. So what you're looking at over here, this is the search behavior of students from the US in the period that goes from November 2024 to January 25. So that's the election time, right? We saw a huge peak in interest in November for students coming from the US to study abroad. This is 5 times larger than the same period the previous year. And we saw another smaller but still significant peak in January. That was the inauguration celebration week. But I wanted to dig a little bit deeper. What were students from the US searching at that time? Yes, they were searching for Europe. So this is searches from the US toward Europe in the election periods, compared, once again, to the 12 months prior. Look at how some of this data is really outstanding. So we just saw how things can change for some factors that we really cannot control, but there are some that we can control, right? So I just brought here, we would need a whole new conference to speak about destination marketing, but I just brought a small example. So I looked at the interest of students globally to study engineering and technology in Portugal. So what you see over here, vertically interest into studying engineering and technology, and horizontally interest into studying that discipline within Portugal. And mind that engineering and technology is a massive discipline. It moves millions of students every year. So Portugal designed over 90 programs of all levels to answer to this demand. Did it work? In many cases, it did. You can see, like in the green area, these are students that are interested in both. But look at how many students are really much convinced in studying engineering and technology, but are not yet considering Portugal. And these are the yellow ones. And this is where destination marketing is really the game changer, because it connects what students' aspirations with what the destination has to offer them. So we saw how quickly the interest toward Europe is growing. How are destinations reacting to this demand? So many are keeping up with the increasing demand. Some are doing it a little bit better than others. But is it paying off? Yes. I just want to bring you a small example. You see Italy over here did a massive job into updating all the time their portfolio of programs. This is in between 2019 and 2024. And we saw in the very first data slide how Italy is currently the 5th most searched destination globally. That's big, and that's not only because lasagna is live, but because it's also because of the huge effort that the Italian universities are doing, constantly updating their offer. So I hope that this presentation really brought up how important it is to cooperate in between national agencies, universities, and student housing organizations. I know this may sound obvious, but is it? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lucia. Yeah. I guess the applause is already indicating how valuable this kind of data is. And also very interesting how you see the relationship between some of the markets that are increasingly sending students because of different trends, like can be political, can be people seeking economic opportunity, but then also that it's not self-evident that those students find your market, right?
Exactly, yes.
I think there is a very interesting case. Kumi, welcome also to the panel, because in the Netherlands it was within the higher education sector, the country to be watched in the last couple of years because of the anti-internationalization policies. A lot of people were curious if it was going to go the same way as Denmark or if a different path was taking place. Maybe you can say very briefly what has happened in terms of internationalization, what now with after the national elections from last week, what do you think will be sort of the indication of the strategy?
Yeah, I think right now, well, we had elections last Wednesday, and we are in the center now, which is quite interesting. It's also the biggest party is also one of the parties that has always supported education. So we're quite, well, maybe not quite, but a little bit happy, let's say. In the past few years, we had a right government. It has not been there that quite long, but it made a lot of regulations very difficult for us. One of them is to limit the influx of international students. And with their plans and also with the plans that they were planning to roll out, which luckily they did not have the time for. But with those plans, they have also made the environment in the Netherlands quite unwelcoming, which you can also see from the numbers in the latest influx of international students. And I think with the new Centrum government, hopefully education will be a little bit restored. The past year we've been busy also from NAFIC to organize and to promote that we do need the international students in the Netherlands, because the demographics of the Netherlands show that we have little growth in, well, actually no growth in Dutch students. So we will have to have the influx of the international students to organize the labor market as well.
Yeah. So, just for those that don't understand, that are not familiar with the numbers, the growth that Charlie was mentioning earlier as well was double digits for a few years, then it was slowed down a bit, and then this year it dipped for the first time, right?
Yes, and I've been telling everyone that it will dip even further. Now we see the numbers going into red for this year as well. So the influx of September has already gone below zero.
Yeah, and NUFIC as an organization was responsible for many years to promote it.
Yes.
You've also adjusted that strategy because, as Lucia was pointing out, promotion, including maybe the availability of housing, etc., can be interesting if you want to attract students from certain.
I think we are going to talk about migration a little bit later on. The problem is that Right now, if you want to have a student do an internship in the Netherlands, you have to have housing. And that is something we're afraid of, that they are going to combine with the international students studying in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
So we hope they're not going to do that, but there are plans.
Great. Thank you so much. More later. Andrea, Portugal, one of the countries that also was showing to be a very interesting destination. International student programs available in English now. Also, of course, due to its colonial past, has a very large market of Portuguese-speaking students.
True.
Can you share in a nutshell what Portugal has done in the last 5 years and how that?
So thank you for your question. I'm not an expert in internationalization, but I have some data, some interesting data for you. When it comes to international students, Portugal has been growing sustainably, I believe, in the numbers. From the last decades, from 2015 up to last year, we more than doubled the number of international students choosing Portugal to spend their to take a degree course or an Erasmus mobility. So. Most of our students, as you were saying, come from Brazil, of course, Angola, São Tomé e Príncipe, Mozambique, but we also have lots of students coming from Spain, France, Italy. Those are our main the main countries that where students come from. So, I think that this growth is. It's very strategic for the country, and it has been aligned with the public policies that the Portuguese government since 2015 implemented to higher education institutions. And yes, this is strategic for Portugal, and we will keep on reinforcing the internationalization of our higher education institutions. And regarding this bottleneck called housing. Portugal is also doing a big effort financially to support and to finance the rebuild or the construction of accommodation, affordable accommodation for students. So as you were saying, we have our national plan for housing for students with a budget of more than 500 million euros to be spent until next year. And we have ongoing 137 projects on students' residences, meaning more than 18,000 beds between renovated beds and new beds, and this will increase the supply of affordable accommodation, public affordable accommodation, in almost double than what we have now. So, it's one way to continue this path on growing, on sustainable growing within the internationalization of our higher education system.
Now, very interesting indeed that housing has been from the beginning part of the internationalization agenda, which is not what we've seen in every country.
As well as integration too, because we feel that to share the European values is something very strategic too, and it comes with the housing, because if you share the same space, if you share this sense of community that the accommodation for students provide, this is a way to integrate and to end up with the the questions about the internationalization.
Thank you. We'll come back to it more. Joanna, we have to flip a little bit. You have the magic box is there indeed. France, also one of the countries that is proactively promoting itself internationally. The program, I think, is called Bienvenue à France. How does France deal with the challenge of, on one hand, promoting higher education internationally, and also some of the housing challenges in French university cities?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Frank. So, yeah, Campus France is a national agency dedicated to promoting French higher education and research overseas, and we are also in charge of welcoming international students in France. Just before going through the explanation of our strategy, Bienvenue en France, I just would like to complete the figures presented by Lucia, this data from UNESCO showing that there are 256 million students worldwide, and 7 million of them are mobile students. And we can see that the increase of mobile students over the 5 past years is plus 27%, which is, and 48% of these mobile students are in Europe. So Europe is still a very attractive and dynamic market when it comes to attracting international students, even if we are really challenged by new emerging countries. For instance, India is now the first country of origin. It oversteps China recently, but there are also new players when it comes to host international students. We can say Morocco, the Emirates, or in Asia, South Korea or Japan. So we really have to adapt to this context. And France, in this global picture, it's in 7th position in the world to host international students. And in stock, we actually have more than 440,000 international students and researchers. And I also want to talk about researchers because 10% of our international students are doctorate students or postdoctorate or researchers, and their needs are a bit different sometimes when it comes to services, facilities, housing. So France is still an attractive country, also especially for the Erasmus Plus students within Europe. And we can observe an increase of 17% of international students coming to France over the past 5 years. But what is interesting for you, I guess, it's our objective. It's to welcome 500,000 of students by 2027, meaning in 2 years. And among these students, we also want to welcome 30,000 Indian students by 2030. So this is one of our governmental objectives. And to do so, we developed several years a campaign, a strategy called Bienvenue en France. So this strategy, I don't know if there is this strategy started with the creation of a label awarded to French higher education, who compile with several criteria in terms of welcoming international students. So now we have 180 French higher education institutions awarded by this label. This label has a different ranking stage, first star, second star, and third star. And this is a real help for international students to choose, when they prepare their study project, to choose an institution. And this label is awarded based on evaluation criteria, almost 30 evaluation criteria, including one about housing and student life, campus life in general. So that means that in French institutions which have partnership with the housing sectors, and who can help students find an accommodation when they arrive or even beforehand, when they're preparing their study project. This is something that helps them to get a best note and be ranked with the label Welcome to France, Bienvenue en France. And before the next question, I also would like to talk about housing a little bit in France, because it's a real challenge for the French government. And in 2025, it has been declared like a national priority. It's not only for international students, but also for French students. There are about 3 million French students in France, and 15% of them are international, but both of them face the difficulties when it comes to student housing, because we have a shortage of housing units. So just to give you some figures quickly, if I have time, there are 200 but I can share my PowerPoint presentation later, yeah. But there are 240,000 social housing units dedicated for students in France, among this unit, 175,000 are managed by the CRUS. The CRUS in France is the National Student Service Agency in charge of housing, meals, health, mental health, and so on. And from between 2017 and 2024, more than 36,000 new affordable housing units have been built in France, and more than 18,000 units have been renovated in the CRUS housing stock. So this is already a big effort, and the objective for the French government, even if politics is changing quickly, but I think this is something that will remain constant, is the fact that they want to build by 2027 between 30,000 to 45,000 additional housing units, be it social unit for students or with intermediate rent units, because this is something very important also for the French government. It's not only like building units, students units, but they need to be affordable for this public with specific needs and sometimes not a lot of money. And we have in France a roadmap dedicated to housing. So as I said, there's a national plan of renovation of units and creation, building of new units, but also the development of partnerships with private and public construction sector, but most the private construction sector. So this is something that might be of interest for the audience here. We also want to develop the conversion of commercial offices into students' accommodation. Also develop student housing outside the dedicated residencies, and the very important point for the French government, guarantee rental solution for the students. So yeah, this is our several ways, and I can talk later about the strategy, the communication strategy.
Yeah, thank you so much. Now, very interesting. Also, in the previous session, the data showed that France, because of its growth targets, is indeed going to need a lot more housing than is currently available.
Of course.
So, in summary, I guess we have a private sector that still needs to grow, but also there's a lot of support for growing the social housing sector dedicated to student housing. Yeah. Very, very nice. Josephine, nice to see you in person. I'm not sure if I can hear you yet. Can we?
Sorry, my voice is quite broken.
Okay, okay. Can you hear? No, we need. We just have to check because otherwise the audience. Can you say something again? It's working now? No, not working yet. Okay. Then I'm going to ask if we can get some technical support, and then in the meantime, we'll come back to you in a second.
Sure, no problem. I think now I can hear. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, Josephine, for those that don't know, ICEF, you're for us always one of the ears, so to say, in the market, because you speak with a lot of intermediaries, universities, and also with ultimately the students and the parents that are making decisions about where to study. Please share your insight as well on this.
Sure, I mean, I'll definitely talk about the UK first. As a primary market, we've seen a huge impact, shifting away from what we call the Big Four, UK, Canada, Australia, and the US. The UK, luckily, has not been too impacted to the level of Canada, US, and especially Australia, where certain segments like the English schools have just completely crashed because of the new policies. But it has seen a small decline from about 750,000 international students to 730 more thousand. And that has mainly been due to the postgraduate impact. So we've seen, for example, because of the dependent ban impact, where dependents cannot get visas anymore with postgraduate students, that has been impacting markets like Nigeria by 50% in 2024 with a huge decrease, and India by 26%. But that, thankfully, has been...
No. Yeah, we lost you. It's okay.
Sim, 2, 3, António.
You left us with the cliffhanger.
It's okay, I guess.
Can we
I think. Can you try?
I think.
have a sign? Is it working again, Josephine? Can you check? No. Thank you, Gabriel.
Thank you, Gabriel.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But we have seen some increase in new markets like Nepal with a 60% increase, Pakistan with a 30% increase. So there has been a shift in those terms. And in the question of internationalization strategy, I think the UK has been well established for a very long time. They have been developing a lot of TNE efforts as well, which has yielded results with the Vietnamese market too, that has seen an increase through those pathways. For housing, because also the UK has the oldest PBSA industry, the most mature market in those terms, we've also seen that there has been some levels of shifts too when it comes to affordability question. So I think that's something that a lot of higher education providers forget to do, is to really look at the local localization, the regional focus. So for example, for Nigerian and Indian students where cost is the main thing, affordability is the main importance, they have shifted their demand to more affordable cities like Glasgow, like Belfast. Whereas Chinese market, which has a bit more money to spend, are still staying in London because for them, the QS ranking, the quality of the university is still the top level of interest. And that's the same as well for Manchester and Bristol.
Very interesting. So you say in a mature market like the UK, you see this differentiation not only in terms of the demand, but also how universities can respond to it. I guess.
Exactly, and even so, I think one of the regions that is often overlooked, like Southeast Asia, where Thailand is one of the biggest suppliers of PG students, with also programs that help them, even if they don't reach the level of English first, they would have a pre-sessional English. Those are also very big markets that do want to go to London, who still want to go to those main cities, where even though affordability is an issue, they still are ready to pay a bit more to get that student experience. And just looking as well as, because as you said, we have a huge survey of about 1,225 agencies worldwide across 9 countries, with about 45% coming from Asia. We asked the question every year, what is the primary factor of decision making when selecting the destination? Before it was the ease of approval of visa. This year, it has been completely blown out by the cost of living in that specific place. And that has been unprecedented. We've seen this across the board. Amber Student has also showed the same data. So it's been something that has been consistently been put. And as a message to the European universities and UK universities, accommodation cannot be the afterthought anymore. It is and needs to be part of the recruitment strategy. It needs to be the communication from the get-go, because that is the first questions that students will ask.
Yeah. No, this is very interesting, and you even say within the international student population there are different kind of needs and behavioral even aspects, right? Not only the money, but also what people are concerned with. I think that reflects very much on you. So there's not like one European story. No. Each country, each region even has to adjust to the specific dynamics of the market. So if you, I know we didn't talk about this before, but with that overview, do you recognize some of the stories from the different markets, like the Netherlands, France, and Kumi, or do you feel something is still missing in the conversation?
I think that we have seen a huge amount of interest for France, for Spain, for Portugal, for the Netherlands, especially with the new changes politically that have been coming to the Netherlands. Now we're starting to see the Netherlands again being a key area of interest. But I think one of the things that many university levels, at least in their marketing strategy, has been missing is that they don't promote the country first. I think that Europe is still a quite new market. When we look at the established ones like the UK, Canada, Australia, it's it's very easy for students to know exactly what the path is, and especially also recruitment partners like education agencies who are a huge importance in the ecosystem. And I think that that's something that a lot of European universities, destinations are still missing, is to work with those agencies. The reason why especially is because they understand the local markets. They know exactly how to market your school, market with the unique selling point. And that is the same as well for PBSA providers.
Yeah.
Is as I used to work with student.com before, in Southeast Asia alone, I used to have someone say, we need one strategy. Impossible to do one strategy for Southeast Asia only. Thai students want ensuite or studio if they have the budget for it. Vietnamese students want affordability first. They want HMOs where they can share the apartment together. So it's really, really important to have those key strategic partnerships in the countries that you're looking to get more students from, because they will advise you. They will know exactly how to market your destination, and also, not only for the university side, but for the PBSA as well. They're the most informed and complete the entire booking journey, basically.
Yeah, great. So I guess, for universities and student housing providers, it's really good to align per region what markets to target, if the offer is aligned, and then move forward. Lucia, do you recognize these data, or because I'm very curious, there's a lot of concern around affordability of housing. You see this also in your data, that there's sometimes more concern with availability and less with cost, or is it, what do you see?
We are seeing a little bit of shifts in student interest. On our portal, we don't actually collect a lot of data about housing because we are promoting the programs, right? So we cannot see student behavior when it comes to housing, but I absolutely want to second what Josephine mentioned about having an optimized strategy, because Europe is the land of tradition, but when it comes to marketing and advertising, tradition isn't necessarily key. When I work with universities, I'm mostly focused on advising Italian universities, for example. We literally have a different strategy, university per university, country by country, and even program by program, because the interest is completely different. We saw before, for example, the slide when we were talking about engineering and technology in Portugal. That was just a very small example, but if I pulled out, I don't know, humanities in Portugal, you would get completely different results, where maybe destination marketing isn't necessary, maybe it's the discipline that we need to push. And absolutely, so optimization of strategies, adapting to the different environments, to a student persona, and again, discipline, I believe, is key to success.
Yeah. It underlines the need for having the insights and connecting it with your strategy.
Absolutely.
But for the national agencies, Kumi, to go back to you, and Joanna, I think sometimes political sentiments are almost the opposite of the rational economic discourse about, even what the European Commission is now saying. We need to, for Europe to remain competitive, we need these talents. These talents, as Josephine is saying, are often outside of the European Union, but they are interested in coming to Europe. How do you, see that in the Netherlands specifically playing out?
I think it's aligning a little bit more. Last year, if you would have asked me the question, I would not have had an answer, because it would have been very difficult to understand why politics is doing what they were doing. Right now, we don't have active recruitment. We're not allowed to actively recruit international students in foreign countries, but we are allowed to actively recruit students that want to study STEM subjects. Besides that, we are allowed to actively recruit students that want to study in the Netherlands in certain regions. I had a map before.
Yeah, we can go back to that. Yeah.
Is it possible? Because
yeah,
then,
absolutely.
then you can exactly see what is going on in the Netherlands. So it's not that we are not allowed to actively recruit. We are recruiting for STEM. Yeah. So from this map on the is it right? On that side, you can see that most of the international students want to study or are studying and living in the western part of the Netherlands. But as you can see, there are many provinces that are very lightly colored, which means that there are less international students there. That's where the growth is possible. That's where we want to build. That's where we even are speaking about new universities, creating new universities, which is very contradictory to the story that we are not giving any subsidies to the universities anymore. So it's a very strange mix-up of very contradictory stories and subjects. But I think this is what we're working with right now. Within NAFIC, we have the team Study in NL, which is the promotional team for international students, EU and non-EU, to come to the Netherlands. They have changed their activities to informing, and that is what we are also doing from NAFIC, but they are also part of Study in Europe, which is another contradictory, because Study in Europe says, please come to the Netherlands and come to Europe. So we're working on that theme. We have found a new goal, and that is recruiting for STEM students, and we also have an obligation because there's a national project called Beethoven, which gives a subsidy from the Dutch government to universities to train international students and Dutch students to become available for the labor force in STEM subjects. It's a huge project of 450 million euros, so it is possible to attract these students, to retain them, and to get them ready for the labor market as well.
Yeah. So we've entered a post-modernist reality in higher education, international higher education, that different realities can exist side by side. But as you can see here indeed on the map, so your message is to the investors in the housing sector, don't get too worried yet about the decline currently, the need, but know where the investments are going to be and see where specific student groups, especially STEM students, will probably increase.
Yeah, and also think about all the projects that are existing right now. The problem in the Netherlands is that they get a transportation card if they're from the EU, so you can house them anywhere you want because they have a free transportation card. The non-EU students do not get that card. So it's difficult for them to be housed outside of a university city. But there are many projects right now being able to give, for instance, a transportation card on a trajectory from university to the housing. So make use of those companies that are giving you that opportunity to build outside of the cities and to invest in something that is maybe 10, 15 minutes from the university, but available and also attractable for the international students.
Yeah, very good. We're running a little bit out of time, but I would like to invite you to close in line with the other panels to say what you think the European, what the collaboration should focus on between the housing sector and the higher education sector, and maybe frame it from the perspective of your organization, how you can contribute to that.
Sure.
May I start with you, Josephine? Yeah, you have 2 mics now, so we cannot stop you. Yeah.
Well, for me, I think that something that I've seen over and over again over these past 13 years of working in the industry is we all work so much in silos. We have the government agencies that do their work. We have the universities that do their work. We have the PBSAs that do their work. I think that for international students, the question is about putting an ecosystem that is going to be beneficial for all. In a sense that, for example, we've seen in the UK certain markets having a lack of accommodation, and now they have too much supply to the point where it has swung down the occupancy rates very low because the supply has just outperformed the demand. And working with those, understanding for universities to work with the PBSA providers to understand what kind of supply exists for them, to also be able to advise to students where can they stay and go. I would say the focus on PBSA is great, but we need to also look beyond what is available. PBSA might be better for undergrad, first year, sometimes second year, but postgrad, they sometimes do not like the ensuite kind of party city that undergrad students try to experience their freedom. So something like co-living where they can interact with young professionals, because in the end, employability is also very important for students, that ROI, and getting into that getting a job post-study, that's so important. And for undergrad students or even younger students, because sometimes we do have students that leave at 17 to go study abroad, homestay is also a huge potential. We've also combating the loneliness and well-being. So for government agencies, universities, and accommodation providers, I want to cast a wider net to understand what the demand will be in the next few years, to work with local recruitment partners as well to understand what kind of marketing they should do, and just be able to diversify the offering that they have in terms of accommodation would be great.
Great. So from a postmodernist to back to the modernist, that we all have shared truths, we understand what we're working on, and that we understand. I guess maybe if I also see one of the advantages of this ecosystem is you have less surprises, right? I think that's one of the things that we saw also in the Netherlands, that when things peak too fast, or when the growth goes too fast, it results in consequence that we don't want.
If I may add one market to really look at right now, which is not in Europe but in Asia, Malaysia has been having a constant 26% growth in international students going to study in Malaysia. And that is from the amazing work that Education Malaysia does. They have understood that the student experience is key. So for example, if you're an international student going to Malaysia, when you arrive at the airport, you have a student service kiosk that takes you through a priority lane to go through immigration with your student visa. So that first touch point is so amazing that students keep coming back. And they also have an alumni platform that they've built for any student internationally or local who have graduated from Malaysia, are directly uploaded there, and they can actually communicate, they can network, they can get job opportunities. So those kind of things are really key to enhance the student experience as well.
Great. Joanna, France.
Yeah, I think one advice could be that the private housing sector could adapt to the demand when it comes to international students. Because, for instance, in the field in my city, in Montpellier, in the south of France, usually I cannot work with student residencies because they are already fully booked by French students, and for the international students it's impossible to access. And also we have students and researchers who come for short-term period, and the student residencies don't have this flexibility. So this would be my demand: just adapt to the French market, but also to international students coming in France. And this is something I can observe in Montpellier, but this is the same in all the university French cities. I would like also to highlight the fact that working in collaboration with national agency could be interesting for you, in the sense that we have a worldwide network. We work on a daily basis with our Campus France offices overseas. We have like almost 300 Campus France offices. So if you want to have like very specific information on a market, on a country, you can also ask them. And we have offices in several cities of France also, so this is interesting for you to have contact points. I also invite you to join our France alumni platform, because more than 4,000 partners are already registered on this platform: private companies, local authorities, French higher education institutions, and so on. And this is a platform where you can meet different communities, and the common point would be like people who graduated, who want to graduate from the French higher education institutions. So you can discuss with the national agency directly. You can also discuss with the European level, and Kumi talked about the Study in Europe project. This is a project we've been implementing together with our sister organization for the last 10 years. So we're doing a lot of things to promote Europe as a study destination, and to promote our countries also individually. There is still a very interesting dynamic in Europe, and in France, we want to welcome 60,000 more students within the next 2 years. So we really need housing for them, because well-being and the full experience is not just about the degree; it's about housing and everything else.
Sure.
Yeah.
So Malaysian strategy for Campus France. But great point. Also, promotion at European level. Would you recommend that as well, Lucia? Or do you have a different recommendations for the
I still believe that promoting regionally might have like a little bit of a different impact, because yes, Europe is Europe, but at the same time, like not every country portrays itself like students have a clear idea, for example, of some European countries what they can get from Italy, for example, or the UK, but there are so many other, there's so much potential in other destinations. And each destination, I think, also has completely different weaknesses and strengths. So my recommendation is, again, to work together like a sort of task force to meet students' demand, because let's be honest, if universities don't and national agencies don't work together to meet that demand, the students won't be coming and fill in your beautifully designed student accommodation. So it really needs to be like a joint effort.
Okay, well, great point. So collaboration at European level, but be aware that a successful strategy requires targeted regional approach.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Andrea, anything to add?
Just to add one thing, in Portugal, I think that the next steps that we must take to continue this investment in the affordable accommodation for students is to enhance a better dialogue between the private and the public sector. That's really important, and I think that from 2026 on, that will be the path for Portugal to grow again and continue to grow on the supply of affordable houses. So for students, yeah.
Nice, thank you. Yeah, Kumi, you want the last word?
Yeah, I'm a really advocate of flip thinking. I don't know, in the Netherlands it's quite big. So look at the opportunity that there are. And also don't believe everything that's written in the media. I think that's something we've been experiencing in the Netherlands a lot. The whole migration debate is based on a few not really true facts, and that makes politics and media a very dangerous combination. So if you need any information, as Johanna said, the sister organizations are really strong in providing the information. I'm also in the National Student Housing Action Plan together with Frank in the Netherlands, and I think it's quite important get your information from the source and not from the newspapers.
Yeah.
And I think that's maybe every country's advice. So.
Great. All right. Well, we'll need to build that. We need to strengthen that ecosystem that's already there, and not go too crazy with the day-to-day things, but really go steady and long-term to be able to, build that Europe. And thank you so much for your contributions, and see you later today.
Thank you.
Applause for the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Factors impacting demand for higher education across Europe. Clearly there's a huge need for collaboration and for reinforcing Europe if we're going to compete with these study destinations further afield. But now on to unlocking efficiency, scalability and margin growth. So please welcome to the stage our two esteemed colleagues, Volker, Director of Business Development at CRI, and Antonio, CEO of Grupo Casais.
This was really nice.
Big applause.
Hello everyone, pleasure to be here. I hope you can hear me quite well.
It's not, okay, perfect.
It was really fun yesterday at the awards gala. I really enjoyed this. The energy of the group here is amazing. Thank you for Kellyanne for the funny comments also during this awards dinner. Really enjoyed it. We went to bed early so we can speak today, but I know some of you have been out at the party. Reinforcing Europe is the theme of this conference, and some of the speakers that were speaking before have been speaking on the ambitions of the European Union on purpose-built student accommodation. I find this really encouraging. My name is Volker Weisenberger and I represent CRI here. We are one of the partners of the CLAS Foundation. Next to me is the CEO of Grupo Casais, one of the largest builders and developers in Portugal, and also shareholder of our company, CRI. Let me see if I can make this work here. So I'm going to give you, from the construction side, a bit of a perspective, and Antonio is going to give you the perspective as a developer and user in the markets with the specifics to that. We as a company, we look at buildings as a product that is prefabricated and assembled on site. And some of you have been at one of our sites here yesterday at the building tour. And so when we look at buildings as a product, we accumulate a lot of partners that we need in order to deliver these type of buildings in different locations. And as you can see here, we need construction companies, we need engineers and architects, and we also need product suppliers that make these buildings perform in every country the same way. And in order to drive this efficiency and scale, we also look not only at the building itself, the core, the structure and the envelope, but also at the acceleration of the interior, of the wet rooms, of the MEP, etc. And in our journey, we primarily focus on these asset classes that you see here, and I believe most relevant for this conversation here today, student accommodation. A little bit on us. We are a private group. We have 3 shareholders. One of them is next to me. We are based in Austria, but we are a global company these days. And we have a track record of many buildings built in this system in different locations around the world. These are some of the locations that we are working on and where we are active delivering these type of buildings. And when you are thinking of buildings as a product and you think of manufacturing them, well, then the design, ideally from the architects, follows that system to make it more efficient, both economically but also from the manufacturing point of view. And in our journey, we had done many shapes of buildings, as you can see here. And looking at buildings as a product doesn't mean that the buildings become impersonal. They still have the ability to bring in the design expression, both in the interior or the exterior. These buildings become intentional, meant to be in a certain way. And what you see here is how that design, with the prefabrication in the execution, is taking place in real time in a construction project. In this case, in an office building close to Bremen in Germany. That building was assembled in less than 2 weeks by a team of 6 assembly workers, 1 crane operator, and 1 spotter on the ground, right? So this is the world we live in, and what looks very simple here, there's a lot of planning in the background to make this as efficient as you see here. And so one of my friends said, bring me to your planet, so tell me what you want to explain to me. So that word system has been used a couple of times already today. And I just want to bring our logic to a system level perspective. I want to use this high definition of what is a system, what do we mean by a system. And a system consists of parts. It has interactions. These parts interact with each other. There's inputs, there's outputs. There's a purpose, there's a goal. For instance, the human body would be a system. Sand on the beach would not be a system because the sand particles don't interact with each other in a meaningful way. And the analogy of what is a system, I would also like to use at real estate. And with this interpretation of what is a system, I would like to carry on the rest of my presentation, right? A development project is also consists of parts. There is interactions, there is input, like capital, human resources, there is output. And if you look at a famous quote that I like is, what is a system intended to do or supposed to do? The definition that we need to use here is, the purpose of a system is what it does, not what it is intended to do or what it ought to do. And so when we look at when we look at the system that we have currently in place for real estate developments, if you look at the output, you have no scale. They are expensive, as the speakers before mentioned. The investment concern is that construction cost is rising, operational cost is rising. So this output currently with the system in place, it has no scale, it's expensive, and these buildings are very high energy and resource intensive. And so we are currently, when you look at the output, when you look at the ambition from purpose-built student housing to deliver until 2030 3 million new homes or beds, that's very challenging if we are tucking along on this linear road of what the industry is currently able to deliver. And one of the reasons for that is the construction industry. If you look at the sector as a whole, it's one of the biggest industries in the world, but it's very fragmented. It's a lot of small companies, not very innovative because most of them are working on tendering projects. In tendering projects, it's difficult to drive innovation. And in tendering projects, a lot of these companies come together for the first time, creating a complete new supply chain. And when the building is done, they go off to the next project, and all the learnings and iterations that you could take from scale is not there because these buildings are basically one-off projects, prototypes. So our current system inherently has that challenge of scale. It doesn't exist. It's very hard to do. And so if you look at Moore's law from computing, right, that with every generation of a new chip, you know, the computing power goes up and the cost of manufacturing comes down. If you look at that scale, I don't think that's possible in construction right away, but we need to get on this different curve, on this industrialized curve, where we plug into local horizontal distributed supply chains that already exist and look at buildings in an industrial way as a product to deliver on scale. And so when you think about all of this, and when you look at the current construction process and system, you realize it's an engineering problem, but it's disguised as a financial problem. And so I want to say a few words on prefabrication. Prefabrication is great, and we love it. But if prefabrication is just a part swap in buildings with no design following it, and if there's no system behind it, it's just a very incremental advancement in construction. And with this thought, in order to boost the housing supply, we need to get on this different curve, on the industrial curve. And how this really plays out in reality, and from the perspective of an investor, developer, and builder, I would like to hand over to the CEO of Grupo Casais to give you that expression in his own words. Thank you, Antonio.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here and to be amongst operators, innovators, and sometimes I think that we're a little bit off because construction companies are seen as something that Volker was showing as a red ocean where there's a lot of conflict, there's a lot of uncertainty. So I'm happy to try to break a little bit of what the construction industry is doing and how we are changing that and how we can cooperate more than we're normally used to be seen at. And I think it's important also to understand and for me to explain you a little bit of how we got here and why are we doing what we are doing. This is our tagline, well built for well living. And the purpose for us is it's very simple. We understand that buildings actually shape the behavior of the people that live in it. So either students or in our house, the building has that capacity, and by that we are molding and shaping society. And we live in the physical world, and today's society is more digitally connected. So if I look at the buildings that we're still building, unfortunately, they're analogical, they're very traditional, and they're not connecting us or helping us to connect with the digital realm. So when I see a building today, I see it as a gateway to help us, to enhance us, and the building has to provide that capacity to expand our capabilities. But to achieve that, the building has to be born digitally. It cannot be born in the traditional way, because we need to design in a digital way, we need to execute it, we need to operate it. And every layer step is a stepping stone from the previous area. Let me share also a personal story. And I don't know how familiar are you about JLL. They coined the 330, 300 expression, where when you are in a building, 3 is like the cost of utilities, and 30 is like the cost of the rent. Imagine that you're in an office building, and 300 is actually the sum of the wages of the people that are working there. And sometimes I look at companies and operators, and I see them, well, so worried about the gas, the electricity, and how that impacts their operation. I'm not talking just about the 3. And what about the 300? What about the health? What about the well-being of the people that are living there? If we have an impact of just 20% on their productivity, those 20% of 300 is much more than any 20% or 50% of 3. And why I say that it's a personal message, because my son went to a student housing accommodation 2 years ago, and he was worried about, because, I don't know, youth, so he installed in his room a CO2 sensor. And he kind of learned that the operator is none of the ones that are in the room. Actually, in the winter, where it's more cold, and also on the summer, where it's more hot, they turn down ventilation. So you normally have 500 parts per million of CO2 in a room, and it would go to 2,000. After 1,000, you break 20% of your productivity, of your creativity. So imagine working, living, sleeping at the 2,000. So after a few exchanges with the operator, they didn't change anything. So he changed the way where he was actually living. So I think that this also is something that we're always looking for, on how the buildings are actually shaping the way we're living. And like Volker was saying, the construction industry has been always seen as building prototypes. Each one is unique, each one is very slow, each one is a reinventation from scratch. We're always repeating this. And the construction industry can be a repeatable process, can use these standardized components, and like cars, like airplanes, like cell phones, that are affordable, efficient, they solve a lot of things from our needs. Well, buildings can also be that. But for being that, they need to be scalable. And I think that, well, we started a few years ago. When we're starting to do something new, it's hard to find partners that are aligning with us. So actually, we're fortunate to have in our group not just the construction, we also have the real estate arm, and we also have the industry. So we pulled everyone together, the real estate investment arm, the construction, and all the industry, and I said, okay, we need to do it in a better way. So you can see here some of the companies that we launched, some of them that we repurposed, and also the partners that we are working with. And we're changing it from an unpredictable type of industry to a more predictable, to a more faster, that reduces waste, that reduces rework, and also carbon emissions. And the way we're doing it is that all these companies are actually working in parallel. So because we do everything in a digital form, everyone can start production at the same time while we're doing the foundation. I'll show you also some images on that. And everything then combines and gets into the location where we're actually putting the assembly. And well, like you saw in one of the videos, it seems fast, but there's a lot of work behind that. But more than that, all these buildings are actually more capable of evolving. And when you look at the components, there are some components that are with less variability, like the crease system. And also you can add the variable components, and then you can just repurpose from a student housing to a hotel or for residential. So it's just a question of matching the right components with the right layout and the right purpose that you want to actually deliver. So this is productization in action. You actually can make it highly customizable. You can have the design capacity to put in the hands of architects and engineers. And I think that this is the right balance between standardization and also design freedom, but supported by industrial efficiency. And if you think about the way these things go and get combined into a building, there's another layer, because you're actually getting more traceability of everything that got into the building. It's measurable, because nowadays you need more data to report to the financial institutions, to report on the operation side. So because everything was already set up like this, it's easier to do that, and it's upgradable, which is something that we don't have normally and traditionally in the building industry. So these are a little bit of how the building starts to be born digitally. So this is a representation you hear about a lot about BIM. And I say you can do BIM, but if you're not doing industrialized, forget about BIM being the unique central of truth, because it is when you're designing it, but once you're executing, if you're executing it in a traditional way, forget about it. What's the source of truth is the exact building that's being done traditionally. But if you're doing it in an industrialized way, the things that are coming from the factory are actually the things that are on the drawing, because they have to come together. So that's the big difference when you're going digital from the design to the execution. And well, these are just some images. This opens up the capacity of you planning the building. And you can see here, this is one of the latest 400 bedroom apartments that we did for Erasmus, that won a prize yesterday for the projects that they've been putting in Portugal. And they actually are doing five buildings like this. You can see the process. We start to design, and we are using the components that we already developed at an earlier stage. So it's very fast for us to iterate to the next project and to the next project and to the next project, because we're not reinventing the bathtub, we're not reinventing the kitchen, we're not reinventing the components. Everything was already developed, and we're just assembling it in a different way for different setups, for different layouts. That's why it's customizable. That's why this is also a part of this new generation of building with more technology. I'll share this video. It's a 3-minute long, so I'll skip it. So this is the one that I was showing the video. And like I said, we're doing 5. This is the bigger one. It's currently under construction. You can visit still. In 3 weeks, there will be no assembly more. So it's a 800-bed room student housing going up in near Porto, in Braga. And one is finished. The other one is the one that was visited for some of you in Sintra. And the another one is in Coimbra, just starting in the foundations. But it's like I said, it was very quick from going to the design to execution. And it's not just about doing student accommodation, because when you look at, I see a trend of merging hospitality, student purpose accommodation, residential, and this is a built-to-rent product. It's going to start, it's already under licensing, and it's going to be executed exactly with the same components and systems. The only thing that is different is the purpose. This will be for built-to-rent market, not just students, but just to show you that this is the flexibility that we are able to do. I said that, and that's why we call it the first. You can see there a building, a smaller building that has a hotel, a co-working spot, and also 44 apartments. Guimarães is, well, you probably know Minho University. It's like the third biggest university in Portugal. But most of the people know Braga. Braga is, but the Minho University actually is in the two cities. And engineering school, which has like 8,000 students, is in Guimarães. And probably the operators don't know it so much, but because Braga is more well known. And we didn't get any operator, so we actually did these apartments and we sold them, and every one of those apartments were immediately sold. Actually, they're now being resold at a premium, which is incredible, the price that they reached, but just because they combine all of these things, sustainability, technology, and community base. Guimarães is bound to be the first city in Portugal that has a digital twin of the whole city. And we're working with the aeronautical, aerospace, and mobility institution, SEIA, in Portugal, to put here in the Minho University, in this Minho Innovation Tech Hub, the first community where you have mobility, electrical mobility that is shared between all the community people that live in this condominium, and you have connectivity. Everything will come together in this project. So this is the first, the one that I was showing you. This has been also a cooperation with IKEA. IKEA, when we were thinking about this development, we thought about, okay, the building has this capacity of flexibility and repurposing and changing it if we want into a different use. The hotel can become actually in the future also student housing because it's flexible in that way. But what about the furniture? And we needed actually someone that studied it for us and that could give the owners of these apartments the capacity to change it all over along the way. So actually, they did. This is some images of what we did. These are the second phase of what we are going to do. And just also a quick note on the digital part. So in this building and the other ones that we did following this one, the operator of the building actually got a digital twin platform where 4 sources of information got layered into one single platform. The BIM model, everything that happened during the construction, because it was digital recorded in a platform, is also available here. Sensors, live sensors, are also available here, and also the maintenance and facilities management tool that is being used. So you can get everything combined, and you can actually monitor from abroad, monitor internally. You can even use augmented reality goggles to see through walls. And that's actually what we did also with the clients that bought the apartments. They get this app in their cell phone, and they can see through walls. For the user, it's nice to have because you can see if you want to drill a hole in a wall, you're not going to a pipe of water or any electrical installation. So you actually can see in your own apartment everything, and you can play with your own apartment. But like I was saying, in the case of IKEA, we actually developed a solution, and we're expanding now. We just launched this well-live platform, which is a cooperation between Casais and IKEA. And it's not just student housing, so they also the Beja and Braga furniture is being supplied by them, but we are now applying it also to other projects that are coming for residential and also for other types of use. And this is how we are actually able to give our clients the capacity to make the product tailored to your own needs. In this case, actually, the clients, when they bought the apartment, they were given the possibility of doing a one bed, a studio, or a two bed, and just by changing the furniture. And what the IKEA did for us was they studied the different layouts, and when you are buying the apartment, you are actually also selecting the solution, and 1 week after you had the solution ready for you to use, to rent, and that's what we actually did. So I'm coming just to the end, and I would like to leave you with some important or key ideas on the things that we've been doing, and when we are engaging with investors, with developers, there are some keywords that come out. One of them, it's not just about sustainability, because these buildings actually reduce by 60% the carbon footprint. They're better on the operational side. But the word that comes out is social acceptance. I don't believe that people have a place in society if they're not doing the right thing. And investors feel if the buildings that are being built are not also helping on their reputation, and it's not just what you say, it's what you do. That part of social acceptance, we see that is molding and shaping more of the decisions of investors, and they want to show that they are doing the right thing. I think that we have to be aware that every one of us, every people, are voting every day by every euro that is being spent in a rent, or when we are buying a condominium or a cell phone. That's a vote. And the things we vote more, the things we spend more, are the things that have more future along the way. The other one is risk, because they're just about profits, and well, they have to see the numbers. And when you're looking at the yields, well, there's one point where this brings some value, which is risk. How are you valuing risk? How are you valuing the possibility of changing the use? How are you valuing if that building is not adding value to the built environment? So risk is actually one that, in this type of assets, you increase the... And finally, flexibility. Flexibility, when I look at the people and how things have been evolving, well, society will continue to evolve, and buildings are, unfortunately, old buildings not able to evolve along the way. So the new generation of buildings, if we want to do the right thing, we need to build it in a flexible way. And I think that when I look at, I was also a student. I consider myself to being a student today, and in the journey of lifelong learning, we will be always students. And I'm sure that the students that are taking the good memories of good buildings and good operators today, they will be the ones that will be deciding on the next apartment for their family, for their co-living, for their co-working space. And I'm sure that the good memories that they bring from these type of buildings will also shape the things that they will be voting and deciding in the future. So I see that the construction, but not just the construction, the investors, the operators, I can only see a way forward if we cooperate, if we actually work together and help shape these buildings so that you have a better operation, and the students and not so students have a better life and a well living. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Antonio.
Much, Volker and Antonio. It's clear there's a need for collaboration, and you've really inspired us with some solutions in action as to how we can deliver the much needed student housing supply. We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll see you back at 12:15 for a public sector perspective on affordability versus rentability.
reflecting on the different national approaches to housing during your time as state secretary and a minister of housing here in Portugal, what do you see as the challenges and the opportunities for political leaders right now in countries that attract a lot of students like Portugal?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure for me to be here and to talk about our experience, our program. We start with a new generation of housing policies because in Portugal we don't have anything in housing policies. So it's for me a pleasure to share about this challenge because housing policies it's a common challenge in Europe. So we have a few challenges and many response to this problem. Housing market don't respond to all the people in this moment. We start to see this in the last decades. We think that the market should solve all the problems, but it's true that the government, the public institutions have a role to make solutions, to promote new instruments, and that's the big challenge is to start to implement and design these policies to respond to the needs of not only low-income families, but middle-class families, the students, the young people that they want to have new opportunities in other countries, but also they want to get their independence in their countries. And in this moment, it's not possible to see in the housing market a solution. And when I say that, it's not a problem of the marketing. It's the market. It's a problem of the public policies that we don't construct in the past, and we need to share this experience and see how it's the main challenge, how we can with the public investment, with the private partnership, with the cooperative partnership, how we can put these answers in the field, how we can be with the instruments that they are good instruments to promote these political answers, how we can challenge, how we can respond to this challenge.
Right. So you're saying that while you were a minister of housing, you were almost surprised by the lack of policy in place to deal with rising crises within communities like
I wasn't surprised because I knew my country.
That's why you were asked.
Just to say one fact. In Portugal, just 2% of our housing market it's public. It's a short response to people. Like I said, it's not a problem just the low-income families. It's also a problem to our students, to our young couples that they want to independentize to the middle class. So we have to be able to see what we didn't do in the past and see how we can change for the future. That was our main goal in when I started with this new generation of housing policies. But we shared informally that Europe didn't discuss the housing problem, didn't see housing like an emergency for Europe. When I started, I didn't have meetings about housing solutions, housing instruments in the European level. It was a program that we have in Portugal with only national budget, and it was difficult in the first time to implement this. Well, we have a few measures that was more difficult because they are supported in regulation, and it's more difficult to promote this mainly with the private sector. But we to promote instruments to be able to have budgets to increase the housing stock. It was difficult because we were alone in this discussion. Now we have an European Commission that want to like that happens with the PRR, the resilience and the recovery and resilience plan. We have an European Commission that want to be a part of this challenge, mainly with EIB, but I think we have all instruments that other instruments that we could use. But this was the issue. We don't have public response, but even the partnership with private and cooperative that respond to the incomes of the families.
Yeah.
The rent, the value of the properties was too high for the incomes in Portugal. That is another issue in our country.
No, I think a lot of people will recognize that here in the room as well, that in many countries, because there were no policies and also not resources reserved outside maybe a small, like as you said, public funding for the lowest income residents, that the popularity of university cities like Porto, like Lisbon, overwhelmed also the housing markets and became a political reality that we see now across the. So when you were Minister of Housing, what was the toolbox that you introduced to basically help resolve some of the issues in the Portuguese market?
We think the instruments in two ways: in a response to a short-term response, and a structural response. We can say that. So we make a few incentives to the actual market. Like I said, we only have 2%. We couldn't respond to all the needs of the families only with public solutions. Yeah. So we start to make some tax benefits, some instruments to invest in or to put in a public part of the rent to middle class families. But the structural reform that we implement was to increase the public stock, housing stock. It was our main goal, our main priority the last decade. And I have to say, now we are in the opposition, but it's an effort that continues with the actual government. And in another way, start to think how we can make the partnership with private and cooperative sectors to be able to make this It's a difficult challenge because we have the rentability of the private. It's a normal. It's a priority and the goal of the private sector and the cooperative sector, but also the affordability of the housing. And this is our challenge. I think after this discussion, I think we have the opportunity to see how we can make this. I think it's a huge measure to implement. We have instruments. We have regulation to make this partnership with, like I said, tax benefits, with public land that we give to private sector and cooperative sector free to make affordable projects. But I think we have to let the regulation, it's already done, and we have to put in the field these projects. And this is the big challenge that we have. I had the challenge when I was minister, and I think today it's still the main challenge that we have to believe that this partnership is the solution to students, to young people, to middle class, of course, with the increase of public housing stock, but this second part is crucial.
So if I summarize, basically as a housing minister, you have to you identify different vulnerable groups, and you created a toolbox that includes tax incentives to increase supply, using public assets like land to create the affordability housing stock, but also even some rent subsidies and some things there. And then maybe. And I think Portugal was also one of the countries that used the recovery fund for housing as well. So that is a great setup. The European Commission is working on the first European Affordable Housing Plan. Dan Jurgensen, you've already mentioned that it's almost like a surprise that this was not a topic. I think we at the Class Foundation also agree with that, but we're very happy it's happening now. What do you see as the role of the European Commission and the institutions like the EIB to help countries like Portugal with the student housing crisis?
all these instruments that I talk to increase public housing stock, to make this partnership work, they they just be efficient if we have the European Commission in our side working with us, with these instruments, but also with the regulation. One of the problems is the complexity of our regulation, of our municipalities, of our the license of the project. So if you have a discussion on a European level that could bring not only the financial instruments, they are crucial for countries like Portugal, the EIB, like the recovery plan, is crucial to make these answers easier. But I think there are a second challenge that European Commission have a great. They have to be. They have to have a central paper in the regulation, to make it easier, to simplify procedures, to let countries also put the regulation to answer of the reality. It's not always the same reality in Portugal, in Spain. Spain and Portugal, they have mainly the same reality, but we can compare all the countries of the European Union like it was the same, and we have to make this discussion in the European level. You talk about the Porto e Lisboa. They are cities that not only with the people that want to live in Lisbon and Oporto, but also the people that visit Oporto and Lisbon. The tourism, it's a huge problem. And we don't want to stop the tourism. Is fundamental for our country, but we have to see how we can regulate, how we can make limitations. Let me say like that, to that they co-live the tourism and the housing responses. And the national level, we have very difficult. We see how difficult it is to implement regulation in this sector. So the discussion has to be at the European levels. So to finish, it's not only fundamental, crucial to the investment to put a priority with the EIB in housing, but also in this to work in the regulation and the confidence that we have to transmit to our partnership.
Well, very interesting. I think it's a nuance to the idea of European regulation. I think a lot of investors are concerned, as they presented this morning also with the survey of institutional investors, that more regulation could even put more limits on the investments going to the housing market. But you're saying the role of European regulations could be to support and simplify regulations at the local level.
It's not to turn the process more complex. It's to make the process more simple. The confidence is crucial to implement this partnership. If I don't give to the private and cooperative sectors, if I don't give this confidence, it's much more difficult to promote these instruments in the field. So it's in this way that I talk about.
No, but it's very interesting. I think a lot of people don't understand what the role can be of the EIB. So we're going to talk about also with our next panel. But before we go to our panel, actually, may I invite the panelists to on stage right now? Is everyone? You're almost ready? Because we have a short video from Matthew Baldwin, who is heading the European Housing Committee right now on behalf of Dan Jurgensen, the Commissioner. And he also mentions a few very specific instruments that they are looking to use. And for us, of course, it's very interesting to see, with all the challenges in the European housing markets, what that means for student housing. And we noticed that this is in particular an issue in cities where, for example, tourism has a big impact on holiday rental markets and housing. Things that, especially Lisbon has become a big one. So
in our
we'll respond to
areas.
that. As I think we're still waiting for two, but can I invite the gentlemen that are ready to join us? And then I'll ask the technique to play the video of Matthew. Thank you very much, Marina, and
Thank
I'm
you.
so happy you're also joining the
Yes,
panel
of
as
course.
well. I'm going to stand here, Fernando, but if you will join me, and Marina, if you
Hello.
want to volunteer to be in the middle, that would be
Oh, okay. I can
fantastic.
in the middle. I'm in the middle.
Yeah. Oh, there's a certain order. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Ah.
That's thank you.
Marina.
Yeah, if you can help.
I'm the last one.
And this is happening right across Europe. One or two key facts and figures that illustrate the problems. During the last decade, the gap in real income between young and older people has increased, with young people facing an increasing risk of poverty. 2 out of 10 people aged between 16 and 29 in the EU live in a situation of overcrowding. Young people tend to leave the parental home later than before in all EU member states. In some countries, the average age is now more than 30 years old. Each year, 2.2 million students move across Europe for education, for early career experiences. And if they cannot find affordable places to live, they can't take up new jobs, they can't go into new courses. Housing is key for the autonomy, for the security and stability in young people's lives. And yes, I think it's an important factor in the security and stability of our democracy.
Thank you.
So how does student housing fit within the European Affordable Housing Plan? Let me tell you a bit about how we're approaching the plan. 2025 has been the year for consultation. We've been carefully listening to citizens, stakeholders, student and youth organizations, authorities at all levels, to better understand the root causes of the crisis and to seek out your ideas for solutions. The official consultation period is now closed, but we've had more than 13,000 responses. Plenty of food for thought. And in the European Affordable Housing Plan, we're looking at the fundamental drivers of the crisis, but also how the EU can support the work of member states and cities and regions to hold the main responsibility for housing. We all need to work together to make affordable, sustainable, and decent quality housing a reality for all. Specifically on young people and students, I think it's essential to identify and to replicate successful approaches that answer the specific needs of students and trainees, particularly the less well-off. There are several promising programs and projects that have already emerged, and these could serve as models to be copied or scaled up. And I'm hearing in particular that we need to look at students, again, that target the least advantaged students for whom high housing costs represent a particular burden. You may ask, so where's the money going to come from? Indeed, I'm hearing from many quarters that funding and finance to support more investment is an important part of the answer. The EU is already mobilizing investment through the InvestEU's advisory hub and fund. The EU has been helping higher education institutions to design, implement and fund the construction and renovation of student accommodation. Under cohesion policy 2, 7.5 billion of the EU's budget support was initially planned for housing for this period up to 2027. The recent midterm review of cohesion policy now allows member states to double that spending all the way up to 15 billion euros for housing, including student housing. The Recovery and Resilience Facility is also supporting investments and reforms with over 22 billion allocated to social housing and other social infrastructure. We need to carry that forward into the next 7-year period, as the Commission has proposed, to make affordable and social housing a priority for the next budgeting period. We're also planning to flexibilize state aid rules for member states on affordable housing. And last but not least, we're developing a pan-European investment platform together with the European Investment Bank, with national promotion banks and international financial institutions to bring together all sources of public funding at the EU level to try to unlock that potential for private investment in support of our goals.
Wonderful. Thank you everyone for joining. I think we are still waiting for David, but he will join us momentarily. I'm going to start with a quick round of introductions. And Marina, we already had you, so I'll pass it on to Leo. Quickly, who you are and what you're working on right now.
Cannot hear.
Yeah. Can you hear? No. Okay. Joseph, then we'll start with you.
Yeah. On my end, Investment and Development Director for Rockfield Real Estate. We're a vertically integrated manager focused with a one of our biggest strategies is the PBSA. We have a pan-European evergreen vehicle, Core Plus fund, and we invest across Europe.
Great. Welcome to the panel. Vincent?
Yeah, I'm Vincent Mézard, working for AXA IM, one of the largest investment manager in Europe. And I'm in charge of our asset management practice on living, hospitality, more or less everything with beds, which is in total 30 billion of AUM worldwide.
Nice. Welcome. Fernando?
Thank you. My name is Fernando Crespo. I am a financial advisor, Advisory Services European Investment Bank. I'm specialized in public-private partnerships, and lately I am working quite a lot in housing in general.
Quite a lot, yeah.
Quite a lot.
Yeah. We're going to talk a lot about that. Okay, well, although I love to have the other panelists, I think we have enough capacity here to start the conversation, because what basically to remind everyone of how the conversation started this morning. So we saw that there's an unmet demand gap across Europe, totaling around 3.2 million beds. And as Matthew Bolgen was saying, this is one of the segments in the European housing markets that is becoming more and more problematic. Not just because of the simple fact that it is causing political pressure, because people feel that they are not able to live anymore in cities or access university cities like Lisbon, Barcelona, etc. But also Matthew Baldwin is referencing a larger concern with the EU around our ability to attract and retain talent, to remain competitive. So it's a very, as we said, Marina, earlier, it is for us a bit surprising that housing comes so late on the agenda. However, we're very happy that it is there now. And with the initiative of the European Housing Plan, it is also a moment that we as a sector advise on how we can achieve the goals that the plan is formulating. And as I mentioned also earlier, one of the concerns often especially in the investment market, is that the political response is regulation. And Marina, you already mentioned that regulation can also be around facilitating or unlocking or simplifying things, especially when it comes to the EU, for example, when regulating holiday rental markets to ensure that the existing rental markets are protected. But it will be very interesting to hear from this panel also what a constructive regulation framework could be and how it could really help. But of course, some might feel that it's better for the EU to stay out of it, and we can make that case as well. But we're going to talk about, in the next 40 minutes or so, 50 minutes or so, public sector capacity. How do we strengthen the relationships with the private sector from a public sector's perspective? The idea of having PBSA or student housing as a separate planning category, so in the zoning plans, which is in some markets already the case, if that could help. The key challenge around red tape reductions, which a lot of the stakeholders have mentioned. Affordability tools that work. Marina already mentioned a few ones that you use specifically, from land use or from public lands to incentives for developers to even rent subsidies. And then the role of public agencies as promoters. And Matthew Baldwin mentioned a couple of institutions as well. I mean, Fernando, you're working with them. So lots to go through, but ultimately we like to end at the end of this session with a set of recommendations or directions that we can share with Matthew and the Commissioner to inform the European Housing Plan. Just a small ambition for an hour conversation, right? Let me start with Leo. Good to have you here. What can you say about the role of zoning in the context of promoting student accommodation as a segment?
Yeah, okay, let me first introduce myself, as unfortunately the mic didn't work.
Yeah.
I hope people can now hear me.
Thank you.
So Leo Hertog, CIO Amro Partners. We are a vertically integrated living specialist, active in the UK, Iberia, Germany and the Netherlands. Coming back to your question, Frank, something we've seen very successfully in the UK and generating a lot of growth in the sector is designated PBSA zoning. So that means that developers don't face the competition of traditional resi development, whether it's built to rent or built to sell. And as such, within a master plan, there is a block designated for student housing. That is something we see in the UK being very successful and obviously fueling a lot of growth and supply. However, in the continent, whether that is Germany, the Netherlands or elsewhere, we don't see such a designated zoning, and that obviously creates an issue since student housing is not always the highest and best use, and as such there's fierce competition, and we see significantly less supply as a result.
Yep.
So I think having that designated zoning would definitely be an improvement and should fuel more growth in terms of student housing supply.
Very interesting. So you're also, like, one of the realities in Europe is that it's very fragmented, the different legacies in regulations would be helped to overcome with a unified zoning for PBSA.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very good. Vincent, may I invite you to respond to that suggestion from Leo, or do you see other challenges around the need, the gap, so to say, between the market opportunity and the fact that capital is not finding its way into the European market yet?
Well, first I would gently disagree with you. I think capital is finding its way through.
Good. Okay.
I think the reality is, and somehow this conference is a good example, there is more and more appetite. We've been committed to the asset class for a decade, and we keep growing our exposure, and we are not the only ones. So I think we can be pretty proud of where the asset class is going in terms of attractiveness for institutional capital. Nevertheless, back to your question, like what are the hurdles? I think I can see two. One is somehow related to what Leo was explaining, and is related to the complexity of underwriting this asset class. And why is it so complex? Because you combine the complexity of residential, and residential is different in every single country, and sometimes it differs by region, and sometimes by city, and sometimes by district. So you have all the complexity of residential combined with an asset class that is more operational than residential. So you need to understand where your demand comes from, your distribution system, who's going to operate, etc. So when you combine complexity of residential and this operational setup, I think it's an asset class that, in terms of underwriting, is a difficult one. It's reasonably easy to overcome. You need expertise, and one can be hopeful that some red tape will be removed and that this complexity over time will decrease. For now, we've addressed the complexity with expertise, and the second hurdle, I think, has to do with supply. Supply and somehow lack of good quality supply, because the more expertise you have, the more you want to have good quality supply where you have the right operator for the right product, for the right location, for the right destinations, and to find good quality, scalable pipelines that are ticking all those boxes, I think is the second hurdle I see in this asset class.
And then you mean from an institutional investor's perspective, you need, because it's an operations-driven asset class, you need partners that are able to scale with you.
You need partners, and you need scalable partners. You cannot reinvent your setup every single time you invest. So you do need partners, and you do need scalable partners.
Great. Well, I think Rockfield, Joseph, is one of those potential partners. You are operating in different markets as well. Do you recognize the challenges of becoming a European platform that can invest and operate student accommodation?
Well, I agree with Vincent that there's a pan-European appetite for PBSA, right? I come from the south of Europe, right? But from the formation of this latest pan-European vehicle, we realized that there's a huge appetite for diversification across Europe, uniformization, and access to all the local markets, right, across Europe. So, yeah, to his point, I think PBSA is very strong. It's going to get stronger, and we need more access to pan-European strategies like ours that gives you the right capillarity to the different pan-European markets. And yeah, I agree with you that one of the subjects of the conversation is the fragmentation between the different countries and the different locations and different cities that we're gonna tackle later on.
Yeah. But, is there anything that you would say, like for you at this moment, you see it as a challenge, but you're doing it already?
We're doing it.
Yeah,
we're doing it.
And you're able to scale also, because Vincent, rightfully so, pointed out the sector is relatively young, and we're making a lot of inroads.
it is true that it's relatively young, but if we split the continent, we have different stages, right? You have very consolidated markets like, I would say France, the historical market, the UK, the Netherlands, Germany. Spain is relatively consolidated, and you have newer markets in the south, for example, like Portugal and Italy, where it's a bit more difficult to access, right? But I think we're getting there.
Okay.
Getting there.
I see some heads. I don't know. Anyone wants to respond immediately, or shall we bring that into the later? Okay, that's it. Marina, you also, of course, were on the public sector side as head of the Ministry of Housing. How do you see, do you recognize the perspectives? Yeah.
I agree that all these ideas, all this challenge that you talk, it's a reality in Portugal. Portugal don't have models of BTR. We don't have this private investment. Even today, and we start a new generation, like I said, mainly in the last decade. So I know that we have a complex legislation. We have different legislation in Portugal. With each municipality had his legislation. So I know that it's complex, and it's I think to conciliate the rentability with the affordability of all these projects, it's crucial that the public institutions, the government, be able to see that we have not. It's not. I talked before about regulation. I think it's not the problem of our regulation, but the implementation of our regulation in our public institution at the national level, but mainly in the local level. That in Portugal, it's in this scale that we start the projects with the land, with the defining zones to make these programs. I think it's a great idea.
Good.
That we can make this this zone in the municipalities, because it's a way to make this conciliation that is difficult of rentability and affordability. I make an incentive to bring an investment to student stock or to housing stock in a way more. In a much transversal way, but I share the concern with these problems, and because I know with my past when I was minister, I know that this is a problem to start these investments, and that's a problem why we make regulation, we identify instruments, but in the field we don't have these investments to give to our students and to our families.
Right. Building on that, Fernando, may I quickly go to you? Because one of the things that we also want to discuss is, like as Marina described, so there's one level, there's the actual regulations that have a certain level of complexity, but then also for the people within the government to be able to engage with the private sector. I think you were hinting that as well. Can you say something to that from your experience?
Yeah.
If that's one of the factors that may be like decreasing the needed acceleration of the investment.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It is very important that you have the capacity in the public sector. I mean, if you think about what the investment bank is, it's a little bit of a bank, but it's a public bank, it's investment bank. But we also need to help our owners, which are the countries, the member countries of the European Union. And one of the issues that we have found from our activities is that, well, we of course have our lending tools, we have our equity, our debt tools, but one thing that we have seen is precisely that public promoters often lack the capacity to go after the first step. The first step is thinking we have a problem, our problem is in this direction, but then the problem sometimes is stalled. This is why in PPPs, for instance, my specialty, you see a death rate, a huge death rate of projects in a lot of countries in Europe, because there are a lot of ideas that do not translate in good projects that you can finance and that you can take to the market. We try to have in advisory services in EIB, we have been trying in the last decade to grow, especially in the direction of helping public sector to understand how they have to equip themselves. And you have to equip themselves first, and I always do this contrast of words, which is you have to resource yourself instead of outsource. I mean, it's fine that you go to the private sector for advice. It's fine that you start talking to the Big Four in order to structure their project, but you need to have in-house knowledge. In-house knowledge to start by the problem, by potential solutions, by a pipeline. Think about taking things to the market. Know what the private sector will require from you, because this is very important. It's not just putting a project. You have to be able to talk to the private sector people, and this is not something that is that common. One of the things that we do, as I was saying in advisory services, is precisely that: try to make the link and try to bridge this gap that is more common than people realize.
So you're supporting that. Well, it's interesting because in the national action frameworks, one of the recommendations we make to the countries was based on the experience that if we called the Ministry of Housing and we're asking basically who is the expert or the contact person when it comes to student housing, that in most countries that person didn't exist.
Yeah.
And that gives, I think, also an indication of the ability to understand the needs, especially as you said, Vincent, the operational aspect, the challenge around affordability. You mentioned public-private partnerships. David, UK was already mentioned as the mature market that has a lot of perhaps success indicators or critical lessons for us in the rest of Europe to learn. Can you say something around the topic of public-private partnerships and the role of universities, perhaps in that?
Yeah, thanks, Rick.
And maybe you should introduce yourself also very briefly, because
David North, real estate partner at Osborne Clark. It's really interesting. The UK has been doing PPP deals for the past 20 odd years. Some have been good, some have been bad, but we've had but the structure is still sound. The public sector really doesn't have the expertise, so why not use the private sector? Universities come to private sector, and a lot of the good collaborations are really built on trust. They trust the promoter to take their property off them, to redevelop, take a long lease, and then operate. And so it feels like they're giving away the crown jewels, but they're not actually doing that. They're just enabling better management and future development. And it's worked well in the UK. We've got some really good recent examples of Unite working with Manchester Metropolitan University. UPP are one of the leaders. And I think there's some fantastic lessons learned from those legal structures from the UK that could be translated into continental Europe.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned UPP, interesting case also because it's one of the big platforms that received a lot of investment from pension funds, PGGM, the Dutch one. You see that as a critical, as an opportunity as well for Europe to build this kind of platform?
I think it's absolutely right. The model's there. Yeah. Why not copy it across? People have invested in it successfully previously. Yeah. I think it translates to other countries.
Jumping a little bit ahead of that, but I do want to have your point on the framing of the asset class, though, in the UK. UPP structures it, or at least PGGM invested from an infrastructure investment fund in that. What does that mean for this conversation?
Well, PPSA is a recognised asset class, but for our conversation, it's making sure we've got a level playing field in terms of recognising it as a planning regime.
Yeah.
And I think our big push would be that every municipality, whether it be in Italy, Spain, Germany, understands exactly what PBSA means at a local authority level. And that's one of the big challenges, because it means so much. It means so much more or differently in different jurisdictions. It can include hospitality, it can include social housing, and that's the big challenge.
Yeah, right. One of the areas that, or one of the things that are also quite popular in the UK are the nomination agreements. Leo, what do you think the role of nomination agreements can be in scaling up in Europe, or maybe de-risking investments in Europe?
Yep. Well, again, referring to the UK, nomination leases are very common. So it's effectively, depending on the structure of the deal, the university agreeing with a developer / an owner a lease structure, guaranteeing the income, and obviously that has an impact on the risk profile, and as such, the pricing is going up, as investors obviously are keen to pay up for lower risk profiles. And as such, we've also, as you referred to PGGM, seen infrastructure money now also flowing into the sector. And I do think if there is such a big capital desire and need to build stock, having not only real estate equity, but also infrastructure equity in the market would definitely improve the whole thesis.
Yeah. But nomination agreements you mentioned in the UK require an active participation of the universities. They, in the UK, have often their own student housing. It's on their balance sheet. They operate it themselves as well, even hotels, etc., on their campuses. Do you see a challenge for European universities to take on that role? Yeah, give it to you first, and then I'll like to hear from you.
It's definitely a challenge, and it's a different mentality. And in some cases, universities are not even allowed to take on these long-term commitments. There are accounting rules obviously also impacting the whole situation. But there's a difference also in terms of mentality, where I think in the UK, the mentality is for university, we need to compete. We need to compete with other universities. Housing is an important part of it. And as they have a lot of public stock as well, they typically accommodate first-year students, where on continental Europe, I've not seen that many universities taking the same approach historically, and changing that mindset is incredibly tough.
Yeah. Let's build quickly on the role of the universities, because I think it's one of the things that we see a disconnect in Europe. First, Fernando, and then I would like Marina also, when it came to the relationship with your Minister of Education, for example, if that was something there. Fernando, how do we resolve this dilemma for universities to take a de-risking role in student housing?
Well, it's a tough question because...
You're the consultant, right? The advisor.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I will not be able to solve everything today. But anyway, I think that, I mean, Leo has mentioned it already. I mean, continental Europe is very different. And if we look, for instance, to Portugal, there is a lot of appetite for universities stepping up more and more. They are taking this approach of trying to be part of the solution. But let's not forget one thing. PBSA in Portugal is something quite new. But let's go a little bit beyond that, which is affordable housing in Portugal is something that is a new asset class, almost completely new asset class. I mean, Marina was mentioning that 2% of housing in Portugal is public promotion, but it's social.
It's only social.
It's social, it's not affordable. And if we talk about affordable, you know, bringing solutions that are near the market, that are for, not for the most disfavored part of the population, but for a middle class that is not able to, you know, to find something that is nice according to the revenues, or to students that maybe have to pay 600 euros for a room in Lisbon when the family has 2,000 euros monthly income, maybe, perhaps. So it's a huge challenge. The problem is that there are a lot of ideas, but again, we go to my first intervention, then you have to translate that into something else. If you look at the Portuguese government program, there is a specific reference there to the use of PPPs to increase the capacity of universities to supply PDSA, to supply housing for students. That is just...
For them to build it?
Yes.
Or in a nomination agreement to guarantee?
I am not sure if nomination agreements would apply to the Portuguese legislation and to the Portuguese way of doing things, let's put it in general, okay, the Portuguese framework. But you know, this is an interesting declaration of intentions, and it's positive, I think, not because it's PPPs, it's because I think that governments, universities are thinking that they have to do different things. It's not just going in one direction. Mostly every single government that we see in Europe at this moment is following a 3 or 4 or even 5-pronged approach to try to solve the housing problem. But as I was saying, it's a good declaration of intentions, but still, I think that specifically in Portugal, universities need to support, need to understand better the complexities. Maybe I'm stepping in the demand side of it, but the demand panel was very interesting because they were saying, this student is not looking for that, but if it is another student of another country is looking for something that is completely different. Yes. And this is the complexity that universities need to understand in Portugal and in general and in Europe. There are instruments, there is advisory to help them understand the complexities of the market. And also there is advisory to help talking to the private sector, which I think is the most important thing at the end of the day.
Yeah. Well, it's an interesting question because I think what Leo was saying, in some markets also universities are prohibited through the Ministry of Education of investing beyond education and research. I know this from personal experience also in the Netherlands when we were invited to do a project on a campus of a technical university, which made us totally dependent on that university, but that we could not bring that dependency into a long-term agreement with it. Marina, do you think this could be an area that Dan Jurgensen should look into, and it relates to the ability of the education sector, the universities? They are often publicly funded through a different ministry than housing.
The housing problem and the housing discussion, not only for students but also for students in Portugal, it's a new discussion. Yeah. It's all these ideas that we approach, and I approve all that what they say, but it's all of this is new in Portugal. If you go back 10 years, we didn't talk about housing problems, housing emergency, housing stock. We didn't talk. So this is new. We don't have expertise. We have more concerns than not ideas, but the efficiency to put these ideas in the field. And this is the main problem, because we talk about the complexity of our regulation. We talk about the complexity of our the role that the universities can have in the solutions. In Portugal, with the resilience plan, universities they had a role in the promotion of this the residents. So they are the direct promoters of the student stock, housing stock. Mm-hmm. And the municipalities in Portugal also today they are a fundamental part of this program. But I think that it's not a problem of I talk when I was minister. I talk all the day with the education minister of education, because we have the same problems, we have the same programs. But the problem is not if we don't allow partnership PPPs, partnership with private, with cooperative, or if we don't allow municipalities or universities to make the investment. The problem is the main problem is the expertise that we don't have. How we make all this process very, very complex. Yep. And we start in the European Commission, or in the funds that the investments that we have, because resilience plan, all the complexities, all the obligations that they put in our municipalities, in our universities, all the regulation that was necessary to guarantee, it was very complex. In Portugal, with our urban regulation, with the way that we see our land and we limit the use of our land, the way how we talk with the EIB, and we have mounts and mounts of discussion, and we don't sign the investment. And it's not a critic; it's a critic. It's a general critic of the way how we work in Portugal. It's a new team. It's new ideas. It's a new emergency. I don't understand how it's a new emergency of the last decade, but it's true that it's a new team in Portugal. All of that makes the process very complex. We shared ideas. We shared the need of the public stock, of course, increase of public stock with these instruments, but also these partnerships. But in the next day, we don't start this in the field. And I think the main discussion is this one, how we can surpass this complexity of our system, public system, but also with all the institutions that are in the process to start to concretize these emergency solutions to housing accommodations and of course student accommodations.
Yeah, well, very interesting, because indeed I think Vincent is also says in a different way the same thing as you said before. It's a relatively young policy challenge. That means there's not that much capacity nor expertise built up yet. Then policies are developed with the best intentions, including conditions for public funds, which might end up being too complex or too universal that they don't work in local realities. You're sitting on the other side of the table, Vincent. What would you say based on this? Like, what would we recommend then, Jurgen, to pay attention to when it comes to, say, maybe the funding part first, the conditions for public funds to work for you? Assuming there would be a matching mechanism, right? Or
I would say talk to us. I would say talk to us, because it's super complex. If I try to make it a little bit simple, we have two kind of approaches. We have markets where government bodies, politicians, etc., tend to regulate to try to solve their issues without much consideration for what it generates on our side, and it generates massive headaches, and the consequences we tend to fly away. We tend to fly away and to escape from those markets, and I think good example is what's happening in Dublin right now, for good reason, which we fully understand. Dublin implemented rental pressure zone, rent caps, stringent 2%, but the reality is it's just preventing any private investment in Dublin. And further than that, people are selling, and the units that used to be in the rental pool are moved to owner-occupiers. So that's, I think, is something that could really be avoided with more discussions. Now, with more discussions, what can we do? What are the examples of things that tend to work? I think I have two examples of things that have worked, one in the PBSA sector and one in affordable housing. PBSA, I think we were both invested in Reza. And Reza, half of the portfolio were concessions, right? 40 residences, 20 of them were concessions. And those concessions were a form of partnership with universities that worked very well. Discussions with the university, Reza had a dedicated team to engage discussions with universities, enable discussions around the rents, around the rental level, around the occupancy rate, when you have availability, when is it full, can we adjust learning programs in order to take advantage of occupancy patterns in the portfolio. So all the discussions could happen thanks to somehow shared discussions. And the other example that I'm happy to share is not in the PBSA sector, but is the large JV that we have put together on affordable housing in France. And in France, we have JV'd with a public affordable housing operator. And together, first we did a sale and manage back operations with them. We took over 1.5 billion of residential assets from them. We bought it and they operate. So some sort of a nomination agreement, they operate, they lease, they operate, they set the rent in a scheme that we've agreed initially. And it's been such a successful mechanism that we were able to grow the portfolio in the past 5 years to 2.5 billion. And that's really significant. And it's a JV. So partnering with public bodies do work, but it really requires some mutual understanding of each other's stakes.
Yeah, interesting model, right, Fernando? Also in line with what the EIB is doing when it comes to enabling or stimulating these kinds of JVs?
Well, we put together more than a year ago an internal task team look at the problem of housing and how EIB could be helping. Literally, I'm not going to give you a lot of details, but how could we help? How could we doing, cheaper finance, how we could be putting together cheaper equity instruments, how we can tackle, for instance, problems that the private sector has, maybe even talking to construction companies, because we can talk about that later, but there is another problem. I don't think there is a liquidity problem. Maybe in the market there is a problem with construction companies. Maybe some countries, for instance in Portugal, I don't know if there is capacity at this point. But anyway, I'm going further away from the point. So I think that in terms of what we have been putting together and the way that we have been looking at the problem from a life cycle perspective as well, I think that, what Vincent was mentioning is absolutely crucial. It's very important that you are able to that you find a public promoter that knows what they are doing. Let me put it this way. A bad project is not going to give anything good to the public or to the private. It's going to be a headache, it's going to be litigation, it's going to be a complete disaster. We were talking about PPPs in the UK, that they, positive and negative. We have the same in Portugal. It's a very mature market for PPPs in general, concessions or availability payment kind of contracts. But the most important thing is trying to have that kind of approach from the public sector, responsible, not outsourcing, being able to talk to the private sector, being able to manage contracts, to manage joint ventures. Joint venture is a very interesting way of approaching things, but it also has other limitations. Apart from the capacity that the public sector may have to enter in a JV, you can think about, for instance, Eurostat issues. The issue of having the asset on balance sheet of the public sector. And this is very, very important because in Portugal, on balance sheet is a real problem. Debt is a real problem for public administration in general. So when you think about JVs in particular, you really need to be very careful. And we can talk about how to enter, maybe we will talk about guarantees later and these kind of things. But it's very important that the public sector understands where is that they are getting into.
No, but to Vincent's point, if the investors are not engaged in the conversation, it actually can even backfire. You mentioned the Dublin case. I think we saw recently the same in the Netherlands, where the Ministry of Housing had a different strategy than the Ministry of Finance, which means the finance minister did what they did on taxation had an immediate impact on the availability of the renter sector, and it's almost impossible to repair this in the next couple of years. So that is something that really we have to be really, I think, communicate also to the EU that that's going to be a very, very big challenge if those conversations are not taking place. But what I do see now, also especially when you looked at the demand panel, that the level of internationalization of higher education is going to continue to grow and even be even more driving the demand for housing. And there are just a few platforms with the size of the Dutch social housing sector, for example, the student housing sector, Reza you mentioned, Cruz. Portugal, you said like only 2% of the housing stock is currently social housing. I think Italy, a lot of countries have the same. In Germany, you had the Studentwerke, which is a platform around 100,000 units, publicly financed, de-risked with guarantees, but it has not been growing. Given that we need to get to 3.2 million, Vincent, how do you what kind of possibilities see you based on your experience with the affordable housing and the Reza example to build big platforms that also satisfy the affordability demands, the political reality of guarantee some sort of affordability?
I think it will take a bit of time. I think it will be. There is no magic wand. Coming back to your initial questions, the hurdles. We need to overcome those hurdles. So the complexity is obvious, and a lot of the decision process is handled locally, and for good reasons. But that local understanding of such a complex and international landscape is likely something that has to be addressed one way or the other. And I think part of the answer will come from the capital side, and there is more and more benefits for larger platforms for operational reasons. And somehow to the second topic, it's an operational asset class. And when you talk about operation, you talk about people. People come at a cost. You talk about efficiency. The only way where you can improve efficiency is invest into technology, invest into scalable solutions. So I think we'll need to find a way to simplify decision making at local level to make it simpler, just for planning, permits to be obtained. And on the capital side, I think time will come where all those platforms that you mentioned will start to merge together, and we will see more and more large operators with strong distribution IT capabilities. That's what I can foresee. But I tend to think that it will take a little bit of time.
Yeah, I can imagine. But it's an interesting question, because right now you see a lot of bottom-up brands, operational platforms that have grown successfully, and like Rockfield, the other groups that are here that won awards yesterday, they've become European players. But to make the next step to get really to that level of portfolios like Reza, Cruz.
It reminds me a little bit of hospitality 20 years ago. When you think of it, hospitality grew up asset heavy with this kind of owner operator, and we are growing our own student accommodation platform in France on those bases, and it makes full sense. But at a certain point in time, you start to see consolidation, and you start to see operators that have value that is way beyond the real estate, and the value is their expertise, is their ability to operate, is their IT system, whatever. On hospitality, we talk about brand awareness, we talk about loyalty programs. So I think a time will come, but it's still quite early stage to discuss this.
It's pretty similar to where the UK was 20 years ago, isn't it? 20 years ago, there was Unite operating out of Bristol. All the platforms have evolved. It's such a mature market, and I think those learnings from the UK have to be taken across.
So it's possible to in that time frame that you say. And I think we have a European Commission fly on the wall here going around listening already in. But it's interesting. So you have to, I guess also in terms of the listening to the investors, that industries like hospitality showed how scalability is possible. We understand that a lot of things have to be resolved around the role of universities and public funding in the context of what you can do and what not. And also how you are able to create, I guess, European champions, or enable European champions that from the EU, or is that, am I missing something? What do you think, Joseph?
I think I agree with the concept of creating big platforms and having big players at the pan-European level, but we also need to think about the small ones, right? That will make bigger and create a competitive market and a more diverse ecosystem, right? Tackling for example, and going back to the RES example, the company grew because of the public and private collaboration, right? Setting surface rights, setting regulations to preserve the public interest, and then allowing the private to fully develop the projects, right? And in order to have a healthy market, I believe we need to find the space for the small platforms to grow and to participate into this market, right? Mm-hmm. And then again, the integration will come, but we need to find the space or create the space for the
So you're talking about level playing field, right? Would you advocate a regulated, affordable housing sector within student housing and a market one?
Sorry, again?
Would you, like in many markets, you have regulated housing, like also even at middle class level now in some markets, and basically free rent, not unregulated. Would you advocate that for the student housing sector as well?
Actually, RES is built on that, right? Where you have public and private partnerships, right? Mm-hmm. That give you the land, but at the other end of the spectrum, they put limitations on the rent. And this is a way to
So in between,
yeah,
sort of a hybrid in between. Leo, what's your?
Sorry, couldn't hear it.
Oh, sorry. The idea of when we're talking about big platforms, that there would be a regulated, more affordable student housing platforms and more unregulated.
Yeah, it's
could that help?
Like residential, right?
Yeah,
you have
like residential.
social housing, build to rent, build to sell. So different kind of subsectors. I think in the student world that could work very well. I think Germany, as you said, there's a Studentenwerke. Bear in mind that that stock is also very aged and not sustainable. So it also needs investment to get it, to modernize it effectively. I think Duo in the Netherlands is a similar example. There is already a lot of stock, but I think they should also modernize it and expand it, and as such provide that social part to, let's say, the student housing ecosystem, and PBSA be more focused on the private side, and as such I think the two could go hand in hand.
Yeah, so you have a regulated, affordable PBSA and a because both of them are purpose built, right?
Maybe adding on that, one of my concerns that I've seen is once you create simple ways of collaborating between the private and the public, going back to the concession and the regulated rents, I think the market is okay. But once you start implementing more complex regulations, it gets a bit difficult, right? For example, if you look at Barcelona now, they became creative in 2019. They changed the regulation, and actually you cannot build since 2019. I mean, you cannot create more product, right? So at the moment that I believe that the public tries to get creative and it can get a bit populist, and you start changing things, you can get into a situation where you completely kill the market, and reversing that situation because of the political reality of Europe it becomes really difficult. So I would be really careful with the regulations, specifically in the south of Europe.
Right, so there are a couple of bad case studies in Europe as well. Dublin, Netherlands, Barcelona, where we could learn lessons from.
I understand the concern of the private sector, but we have to see the public institution and our goal, our responsibility. Because Barcelona, when they implement regulation, I'm not saying that I agree or not agree, but when they set a more strong regulation of the rent and of the market, that was an answer to a problem. So people don't have a house to live. Students don't have a house to be able to promote their qualifications. So when we have a problem, we have to see that, I don't know who said that we don't have a silver bullet to solve the problem like that. So we have to see the structural way to implement this investment, and I think we all agree how we can see the decades, the word it's not coming, but how we see the future of this investment, how we settle goals that it's not difficult to have a consensus, but when we see the short term, how we respond at the emergency today, it's more difficult to have this conciliation of position. And I know this is a problem, the lack of confidence, the lack of rules that are implemented, that they are established in our countries for decades. I know this is important for the investors, but we have to see that public institutions, governments, they have to give solutions to today, to the problem that we have today. And this is our main problem. When we settle down, we talk, we make these discussions, this is the problem. Because we only see our way and our perspective, and we don't see that the student, the middle class family, don't have house today. and how we can put our ideas together, how we can establish solutions for today if we don't have market. We all agree that we have to increase the stock of housing solutions, student solutions. We all agree in that. But we don't make this in 1 week, 1 year. It's a structural, long-term or a middle-term solution. How we can respond now? What's the instruments? We in Portugal, I said the example of Portugal. We make tax benefits to promote we make some limitations in short-term rentals to see if the housing stock that is not able to respond to this family come to respond to this family. And it was not an easy discussion in Portugal. We don't have regulation of the rent, like Barcelona, but I think we don't think to promote this. Now we are in the opposition, but even in the government, we don't think that this was the solution to the problem in the short-term responses. But we have to, when we sit and we talk about our investments and our the conciliation of our goals, it's important to see that the problem it's now. It's not in a decade. It's now. This is the most difficult in the short-term response. Is the most difficult conciliation because the government, the municipalities have the obligation of give answers today. And investors, of course, it's not a critic. It's like that. They want to have confidence in the government and in the local partners, public partners, but they see the projects like middle and long-term projects. And this is not easy to. When we say we have to listen the private sector, I said back you have to listen also the goals and the responsibilities of our governments and mainly the needs of the families that in the housing sector is. Unfortunately, they not start today, and they don't have an answer for tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe to finalize on that. I mean, the only point that I was trying to get is we are very polarized in Europe right now. But if we manage to soften the tone between all of us, sit down in the table, and then the solutions will come. But once you are polarized and the one party is not talking to the other, and then you end up in a situation like the one that we have in Barcelona. No new residential, no new PBSA, no more hotels, that maybe this can be understood. But you reach a point where nothing is happening, right? And I think this is a good example for the rest of Europe to look at, right?
Is absolutely right. In Portugal, I suffer with that when I was minister. I don't have an opposition that talk to me with solutions. They just want to talk to regret what we are making and not see the solutions, not work together. We all learn together. We can think in different ways. We think in different ways, but we have common points of view. We have common projects. I agree with you.
Yeah. No, that's the dynamic when we call it a crisis. Then things go very fast and sometimes in ways that we don't want. But maybe that's one of the realities that we also have to convey to the commissioner, that there are short-term problems, but it doesn't mean that we should not think about building a long-term system, because the challenge is big enough so that we have to think of long-term, like foundations that work in the different markets. And I'm going to suggest to invite groups like this to have these conversations, not in a conference setting, but more in a work session where you can really do that. Because what we noticed in the conversation that we had in Brussels, they're desperate for understanding, but it also shows that it's so new for a lot of people that some people are, it's going to take time, so to say, to work that out. I need to close the panel. There's another conversation going. But is there anyone that wants to say one last thing about something that was missed? Because I thought it was extremely productive. Some great ideas that we will summarize. Anything that we missed?
To be maybe one last word and.
Yeah. In the letter for the commissioner. So we
letter to the commissioner.
Yeah.
I think it's really a supply crisis.
Yep.
And an expensive bed is better than no bed at all.
100%.
Anyone else?
Well,
besides
I just changed
besides
the
Egyptian
last
cotton,
sentence.
yeah.
Because if I just respond to a few families, I'm not seeing all the problem and respond to all the families. And I think we are all individuals, but all in a collectivity. And we have to see how the instruments are capable to respond to all the people. And if we don't have this in the equation, the conciliation that I talked about, the rentability and the affordability, we are not making our public effort. That is not a responsibility of the public sector, but also the private sector.
You will not be able to explain it. Yeah. So should not be the only strategy, but it has. We have short-term and long-term strategy. Okay.
Fundamentally, Frank, all the experts are here. We're not reinventing the wheel. Collaborate.
Collaborate, huh?
Collaborate.
Yeah. Talk. Yeah. Well, on that note, thank you so much for coming to this table. It's a big. I really appreciate also. We've informed EIB also about this conference, and it's super nice that you're here. And Marina, also thank you so much for joining. And I know you and your colleagues are dealing on a daily basis with this sense of crisis. So hopefully you can also tell your colleagues about the ability of this community to come together and come up with solutions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Big thank you for the panel.
Thank you so much, Marina, Fernando, Vincent, David, Leo, Joseph, and Frank. It's clear there's a need for the right talent, expertise, data, and forums for knowledge sharing between the public and private sectors to unlock that 450 billion euros of investment. To David's point again, collaboration and communication are key themes today to reinforcing Europe and fundamentally building trust. We'll be back in 10 minutes to bring the higher education partners into the conversation, so see you soon. Am I on? Yeah, I'm on. Okay, welcome back to the Nexus stage. It's time to bring higher education into the conversation. So please join me in welcoming our panelists to discuss how student housing can help universities attract students and support them. Welcome Aaron Ema, Research and Program Manager at the Class Foundation. Alan, Housing and Technical Coordinator, Student Wellbeing, Community Builder Guesthouse, University of Maastricht. James is miking up, so we're going to go with Rui, Treasurer at the Erasmus Student Network. And come along, Giuseppe. He's on his way. Perfect. CMO at Student Experience. Collected a lovely award at the dinner last night. And welcome to James, last but not least, Head of Residential Life at London School of Economics.
Welcome.
Hey.
Welcome. Just going to let Rui get a glass of water.
Yeah.
Ah, that's nice.
All right.
Sorry, I'm the only one with a chair.
Yeah.
Hope you don't get jealous.
Oops.
We do everything for our staff well-being.
I do.
Can
somebody help me with the clicker, please? Because it just keeps going forward, and I would like to go back. We can stop here. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a wonderful conference so far, got some good food. Sorry about the slight delay. We were just making sure that you can all hear as well. In this panel, we're essentially looking at how can we care better for our students? How are the kids doing? What do they need? And therefore, we have 2 universities here and 1 operator, as Romy said, that who won an award last night. And we're trying to tackle the question of how can on-campus housing and public-private partnerships enable us to create better living solutions for students, and also how does this create better opportunities for investors and for the overall growth of the sector. Now, I'm going to do a very quick round of introductions, and I'm going to start with Alan.
Hi, good morning. No, not good morning.
Afternoon.
It's afternoon already. It's going quicker than we think. Yeah, thanks for having me. My name is Alan. I'm working for the Maastricht University Guesthouse. I am the coordinator of all the housing and responsible for student well-being and a little bit of community building.
Thank you, Al. I'm going to just say that because I'm worried about saying your name wrong.
Yeah,
James.
My name's a bit easier. So, hello, I'm James Greenwood, Head of Residential Life at the London School of Economics in the UK. I oversee all the strategic kind of thought behind our wellbeing programs and support for students, as well as our communications, marketing, and how we communicate with those students. So, thank you for having me.
Thank you, James. Pleasure. Rui?
Hello everyone, so my name is Rui. I am the treasurer of ESN, so I'm part of the international board. If you don't know ESN, so Erasmus Student Network, we're an international non-profit volunteer-based organization that supports international students and also promotes mobility. So I'm here kind of representing the voice of the students. I'll have some data to share with you. And yeah, thank you again for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here for the second year.
Thank you, Rui. It's always a pleasure to have you. Pepe?
Hello everyone, my name is Giuseppe and I'm responsible for marketing and sales for student experience. We operate student housing across the Netherlands and Spain. So
thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Short and sweet. What we're going to do first is we're going to set the stage. We're going to look at what is the current reality looks like when we talk about student well-being. So I'm going to very quickly share some data from our own research called the Student Living Monitor. For those who are not aware of what this is, it is a class initiative. It's our flagship research, and we run this all across Europe. We've been doing it for the last 3 years now, and we've had over 20,000 responses so far. And essentially what it does is tries to understand how does housing and what kind of housing they live in and what kind of service and amenities they have access to impacts their well-being, their success, and their happiness. So I'm going to try and move on to my first slide. So this is probably a really interesting slide. I hope it's an interesting slide. So what you're looking at is a heat map, and it is the MHI-5 index. So it's the Mental Health Index 5. It's not something that the class has invented. It's a universally recognized scale from 0 to 100, and anything over 60 is considered okay mental health, not good, okay. So what we're looking at here is that we calculated the MHI-5 score. It's a set of 5 questions which allows us to calculate the score for every single student who have answered those questions. And we see that the European average sits at around 58, so it is below the 60 cutoff. That does not essentially mean that every single student is unhappy. There are, of course, different factors, different set of students who struggle a little bit more than the others. We also see different performances by different countries. You see that Spain is slightly over the threshold, and then we see UK a little bit below, and James will be able to enlighten us a little bit on that as we move along. And then we also see Netherlands a little bit below the 60 and also the European average. I'm not like pulling out anybody and accusing it. I'm just explaining what the heat scale looks like. Now I just want to move on to the next slide. I'll try doing it myself. Oh. It worked. One of the main things when we talk about student success and happiness and their experience is having access to housing. So this is not something incredibly insightful. Like, this is pretty straightforward, that if they have access to housing, they have access to how they want to approach their future, and so on and so forth. The other important thing is also besides the availability, it's also the choice. So if there is less availability, there's less choice as well for them to make. And the data that you see here is that students who actually got their first choice of accommodation were much happier than the ones who did not. And you also see the number of students who did not get their first choice, which is about more than one out of 5. Am I saying that right? Or 1 out of 4? 1 out of 4. And this is one of the realities that how are these set of students, these 25% of students, we see them as how do we turn this number into 100, that everybody gets access to their first choice? I'm now going to ask also Rui to come in here and talk a little bit about the mobility students and the challenges that they have faced.
Yes. So I'm bringing you some data from ESN. So besides supporting students on site, we conduct some research also to understand what is the living conditions, also everything that regards international students. I'm going to show you some data from ESN survey, which are our main research project. We also have other types of services specifically for housing, and also a report that is an output of a project, EU-funded project called Home Squared, which also finished last year. So we also have very insightful data about housing. So the first one that I have is about the issues encountered abroad by exchange students. So this question is more about like issues in general, not only about accommodation. But as you can see on the second line, so 35% of students have problems finding accommodation. So this is basically the major problem of students when they move abroad. Besides not having sufficient money, which is, to be honest, also correlated with the accommodation issue. So they go very much hand in hand. So we see that accommodation is very much at the center right now of the struggles of international students, because most of them cannot even move abroad because of this issue. On the second slide, we can see then how the students are impacted because of these issues. So we asked a couple of questions regarding how the issues that they answered on the question before, how they were impacted. And we can see actually that almost half of the students, in some cases, they report that the sense of belonging in the community is affected because of these issues. And we can see, of course, the accommodation being, the lack of accommodation being a part of it, but also sometimes even feelings of anxiety and stress that, of course, can repercute in their academic performance and all of these issues. So we see that, of course, accommodation again playing a central role in the issues of international students. And of course, the last slide, and something that I already mentioned, we asked what was the impact of the accommodation, so the financial struggles, and we kind of have this estimate that almost 70% of the budget that they has was related with accommodation and living expenses in general, but basically half of the budget that students have to spend living abroad is only focused on accommodation and the housing bills. Oh. So even if we have the grants that they receive, if you're talking about Erasmus Plus or other programs, half of the budget only covers accommodation. In some cities, does not even cover for the accommodation. And then we see, of course, many issues regarding that.
Thanks, Rui. And thanks for bringing in that insight, because we do not essentially always are able to cover that from SLM. No. I'm going to now turn to the two universities here very conveniently on my left side. So what we saw was like there's a pressing need for housing, and we see that in terms of not having the right choice, not being able to access housing has a major impact on their stress, on their anxiety, how they perform, and so on and so forth. So from your perspective, and you both provide on-campus housing. From your perspective, do you see a clear difference in how students perform versus those who stay on campus versus those who don't?
I would agree, yeah. I think we do. We at LSE sit on about 15 to 20 years of data in terms of our student satisfaction, and we can see very clearly that those in the university run and operated housing have a much higher satisfaction. And similarity we see quite a lot around catered halls, which isn't really a big thing in PBSA, especially across Europe, but we do that well in the UK, or we do it at LSE, and we see that sense of community and sense of belonging is much higher in housing that's got all of those extra services involved as well. So,
yeah, no, it's true. Does anybody hear this music?
Yeah. Sorry, we have a music.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the introduction. Maastricht University used to have a lot of students coming from abroad and being scammed. So they're paying a deposit online, coming to Maastricht, and then finding out that the deposit is gone and there's no house. So to prevent that, we've developed a Maastricht housing platform, which allows students to register and find housing online safely and secured. And on top of that, we have our guest house. We offer fully furnished apartments, right, scaling from the bottom part of the price range all the way up to the top part. And yeah, that's basically what we do regarding our website. Next to that, the well-being part is really important. So we have, well, that will be on the next slide probably, develop an app. Oh no, it's not.
That's all right. We will find it. It's there. There we go.
Yeah. That's the next slide, where students download the app, register, and before they come, already can see who is living next to them,
right,
or living on their floor, or living above them, so they can connect with them already before they come, have saving housing, and yeah, the stress of not knowing who is on your floor, is gone.
Yeah.
On top of that, with this app, we also organize a lot of community building events, typically at the start of the academic year, so that students make new friends. Together with ESN, of course, we organize this, it turns out that a lot of students make friends on their first year, and they come into one of our buildings, and they don't look at what the accommodation looks like. They are only interested in who is in their floor,
right,
and they remember that, not about how their accommodation looks.
Yeah, and I'm just to kind of really emphasize the point of the student well-being, because I think that in university housing we really have that kind of support there and all of the infrastructure to support students, but also we're part of the university, we're part of those central kind of counselling services to support students. And I think it's quite difficult in the private rented sector and PBSA to kind of copy that or mirror some of that, although we work really well with some of our partners to try and join up those forces, but it's getting the student well-being right. It's so important.
Right, yeah, absolutely. And then we also, the question of on-campus housing comes up a lot because, for example, in the Netherlands, there are, like Maastricht is a unique example, but that's not typically the case in the Netherlands.
Not, no.
And I don't know if that's also not something quite typical in Spain as well. So then the role of the public-private partnerships and then operators tying up with universities becomes extremely crucial. And I know that like Student Experience has a lot of partnerships with the UVA and VU, and then in Granada and in Madrid. So could you tell us a little bit about like how what type of partnerships are they, and how does it all sort of feed into giving access to students and student experience, Giuseppe?
Yeah, I mean, I think the best way to look at the way we work with universities is thinking of opera. You know, do you like opera, guys? I mean, have you ever been to opera? Basically, the way we see it, the universities are the conductor, right? So they're really the director. We are, you know, all type of instruments that we play along, but that's if we don't play along all together, we don't make the opera, which is the most beautiful thing on earth. So what I mean by that is, for example, UvA and VU in the Netherlands, yes, we help them a lot with housing and accommodation. Of course, there is a huge need. So of course we do that. I mean, when I say of course, I know it sounds not that obvious, but it is obvious, and that's what we do, and we partner with them. We give, sometimes they need furnished studios when we don't have them, and we do that for them. So that's fine, but that's really the base. When it comes, for example, to Spain, we have all different type of agreements. For example, in Madrid, what we do is we partner with private universities such as Francisco de Vitoria or ESSEC. But what we do with them goes beyond providing rooms, which we do as well. What we want to do is really add value to the experience of the students. I mean, you guys spoke about the well-being, the sense of community, and that's really what can set us apart. And that's where really the music is made. So, for example, with the private universities in Madrid, we do business case competitions. You know, I mean, kids love to be involved in real case studies. We have the location, we have, you know, the idea, we have the sponsorship. The university just need to bring in maybe one teacher, and that's it. And kids love it. And that's the way to add value to a business student, for example. Whereas in Granada, we do sort of different things. We cooperate with university to do mental wellness workshops. So we are the off-campus house of the University of Granada, and then we say, okay, let's organize with with a psychologue or a mental coach things that the students can really use.
Yeah.
Or it could be a workshop on how you write your LinkedIn profile. So just in a nutshell, the things we do.
That's super interesting, because one of the things that we find that students find really valuable is access to like career guidance support, and that also is something which happens well in like on-campus housing, and also the services that you provide, which is not actually very common. Like operators don't do that usually, and that's one of the most well recognized or appreciated services. I also wanted to ask you, Pepe, that and when we talk about like public-private partnerships and on-campus housing, what is the value here for the investors? Like, how does it overall help the sector?
Yeah, I think whenever we talk to our investors, obviously. The key questions, some of the investors here in the crowd will know that. The key question is, what's the risk? Where are we looking at? Of course, investors, they want to have a safe deal. They want to have the return, the yield, and of course they don't care how. We are the ones caring how. So, and I mentioned that because one thing that we don't speak a lot about, but especially in countries like Spain, the private rental market is a big competitor. Is the biggest competitor, I would say, and that's where. If we cooperate with university, if we create this more enriched experience for students, that cannot be replicated in the private rental market. And that is eventually the story we tell to our investors, because we say, well, that's how the demand is going to grow per se for a PBSA, because we're going to have an offer that the other, like the private rental market, cannot really actually make. Yeah. They cannot partner with universities. They cannot create this sort of workshop. They cannot enrich the experience. And that's where I believe the real value, monetary value for the investors can come.
Thank you. That's really interesting. Also something great for me to learn, because we talk about well-being, but of course we also have to look at what is it for also different stakeholders involved. And if we're talking about students, we also want to make sure that there's something that every stakeholder we can hold accountable to, and if they want something out of it. All of you talked about community support and building communities and supporting students, but now we're going to hold you a little bit more accountable, because we have some data which looks a little bit might be a little bit scary. We do see that one of the main things that our survey sees is that having access to a sense of community, having access to feeling like you belong is extremely important, and those who therefore are able to be part of like community events, whether they are like hosted by the university or by where they live or by student communities, they're very well appreciated. And even though it's a 6-point difference, that's still a big difference, because it takes you over the well-being scale. It also has an impact on the NPS scale, which is the Net Promoter Score, and the well-being NPS, which essentially means what kind of impact does a certain service or a facility has on your mental health. So it's a very clear graph, like those who who do it often, sometimes as versus never. And you see that out of we've taken out the numbers for who said non-applicable, but that 30% is a very high number for those who don't feel involved. The other thing, again, sense of community, very quickly, like how well they're appreciated when it comes to mental health score and NPS and well-being scores. These are the two most popular ones that we see. So it doesn't always have to be organized by the university, even if there's an opportunity for student groups to be able to do it themselves.
By the way, it was good to see yesterday when I was visiting one of the XEOR buildings that you're actually thinking building differently in an approach to student well-being and community building. Yep. So they have not only studios, but also communal areas and rooms where they can have shared kitchens facilities. So they can meet people and not only sitting in their rooms with their laptop. Yeah. So it's really important to keep on talking with investors about how they are going to build their future investments.
That is actually really interesting, because we see that more and more. It's not just a studio or just shared kitchen. Sometimes they also have a little kitchen in their rooms, but also a communal kitchen if they want to go and cook together.
Sure.
So that's a really interesting, like it's essentially about giving them options about how they want to, what they want to do.
If I may add on that, actually, back to your slide where you see 66% either never participated or participated not that often to events. Again, thinking up front, how does my community look like, and partner with schools, I think will improve that percentage. Why is that? Because we organize a lot of amazing events, but students are busy.
Yeah.
They have a busy schedule. They go to school. So if the school actually partners up with us and say, well, you need to do this event, you need to go to this and that, and we organize it together, we'll win. And that percentage that we see here, maybe next year in a couple of years, it will be twice as big.
And I got also then when we essentially that is what tackles loneliness, which is I'm not saying that is the only answer to loneliness, but we do see that a huge, like almost 40% of the students struggle with it, and this is the biggest impactor in our research. I'm not saying this is a universal truth, but that's a huge difference. Like it's a 14-point difference, and essentially this ties with the community aspect, and this ties with the sense of belonging aspect, and being able to participate in different things. I also do have a few slides from you, Rui, so I'm going to switch to that. Would you be able to enlighten us a little bit about this?
Yes, so we asked some questions because we're talking about support, also how students feel supported. I mean, in ESN we cooperate, of course, with a lot of universities, is how we are based as well. And we see that majority of the problems is that students are not supported well enough before their experience. So in this graph you can see the average satisfaction that provided by sending institutions, so this is universities sending students. I mean, the highlight that we wanted to do is like, especially the last point that you can see, 3.5 to the average score, is about people with fewer opportunities. This can mean disadvantaged backgrounds financially, minority communities, so fewer opportunities in general. So this is very problematic in the sense that, first of all, students are not being supported in general. I mean, you can see that the satisfaction is not as it could be, but of course that we are preventing students that already have fewer opportunities to participate in mobilities, and universities are still not paying attention to this. Of course, this then creates an effect that is very, very hard to tackle. I mean, this is also why ESN thrives a bit, is that, of course, we understand that universities most of the times are understaffed or underfunded, so we kind of come along because we sometimes provide these information, but most of the things and the most bureaucratical things has to come from the universities, and like we received as ESN thousands of questions per day, social media, emails everywhere, because students don't know how their grants work, how their accommodation will work, their learning agreements. They don't know basically anything. The information is scarce. And to be honest, also how it, depending on the mobility program, most of this information needs to come from their university. There are specific types of agreements, specific types of things that have to be done. So yes, I mean, of course, this connected with the well-being, but especially with the accommodation. I mean, if this is already not working, how then, of course, how are we going to tackle the other issues that come along? No.
Rui, that's. I'm actually going to just pass this on to James and Al to answer this.
Yeah, I mean, going back to the communication bit, I think that for any student, and actually not students, just in our normal lives, contracts can be very complicated, and the process. So at LSE, we try and simplify some of that, or we can communicate in very different ways, really, to different cohorts of students. But in terms of the residential life programs and the support and the well-being that we put in place, it's got to be different for different types of students, and that's really important for me, that we really understand those different communities and all of their different needs. And I think about some of the stuff that we've done this year. We've created a new program called Home for All, and it's specifically for LGBTQ students and black students, students with different mobility needs. And that program is owned by students. It's not our program. We gave them the funding and said, you guys decide what you want to do with this, and it's all actually works because they've created it themselves, and as a staff member, it's not for me to own that space, it's for them to own their own spaces. So that's really important, and I guess another big thing for me is making sure that, given what's going on right now in the world, that we are supporting all students and their different needs, and some of those needs are quite extreme right now. We're very fortunate this year to welcome a huge number of students actually from Gaza, and we have a very special program in place for those students, free tuition, free accommodation. I personally went to the airport to meet those students, and that's one example of us really tailoring some support to some students that are going to need it actually for the whole time they're with us at LSE. So yeah, it's about really thinking about each of those individual communities and not treating students as one group.
No, true. Yeah. Well, Maastricht University was founded. We are celebrating our birthday next year, so we'll be 50. So when we started the university 50 years ago, the initial plan was not to build bigger campuses on one site, but house students throughout the city, so they can integrate with the local population and the people that are living in Maastricht far more quicker than you put them away in a in a big building somewhere at the edge of the city. And it turns out that it's working. They are participating in every event that is being organized in Maastricht. For example, we have a big carnival every year in February or in March. If you see how many students, it's attracting students. So, and they're participating in it as well. Unfortunately, we are a small city with a big university, so we have 150,000 people living in Maastricht and 25,000 students. So accommodation is still a problem. As a solution, we're looking abroad, to outside our city. We're looking into the region and are starting up new faculties in cities outside Maastricht. So we're starting in Heerlen, and we're starting up north in Venlo and developing new accommodations over there as well, together with all key holders.
Thanks, Alan. That's actually where I was going to go next and talk about
sorry.
the. No, great. It was. I didn't have to make the whole segue to it. So I was going to come to about the topic of tackling access, and you said that Maastricht is essentially like growing, is like creating I wouldn't say satellite campuses. How would you call them? Satellite campuses.
I would call them like
satellite
that.
campuses.
Yeah, but they're just tiny. They are still in their children's shoes, as we say in the Netherlands. But yeah, well, the steps are there. So we're in the process of not only looking at Maastricht, but connecting the entire region. So the entire region profits from the students.
And essentially then attracting talent and retaining them to the Maastricht region.
Yeah.
And this is quite interesting.
And making sure that they stay within Maastricht, because we need them.
Yeah, because I don't know if you saw the first presentation, but we have Kumi from Nuffic here, and she was showing us that how we are essentially retaining largely students, attracting and retaining in North and South Holland.
Oh, yeah.
And the idea should be to get them more to the other regions, to bring talent to the other regions. So that's a really interesting. So there's a little bit of something to know for you, Kumi, right there. And James, LSE also has some plans for expansion.
We do, yeah. We're working on a number of properties at the moment across the city. Some huge properties actually, a 2,000 bed residence on the Thames, which is a huge super project for us. So. And actually, when we talk about tackling access, for me, it's been really important to include students again throughout that whole process. So from day dot, we've had focus groups of students. We've sat with huge numbers of students to really find out exactly what they want and actually what they don't want as well. It's quite important. And then also thinking about the rent within that and the cost of that. So the first slides we saw today focus very much on affordability. And I think there's a very strong link between affordability and students' well-being and whether they perform well academically. Those two are absolutely connected. It was really sad to see the UK the lowest on the chart. And I think some of that, if we look at some of the cities, maybe is down to affordability, actually.
It is.
The cost is astronomical for students. So I guess we're slightly different at LSE. We're quite lucky that where our property is in the city, we rent some of that out commercially to tourists throughout the summer and other seasons, and we're able to reduce the rents and keep them quite capped. But that's really important for us, and I believe if we continue doing that and keep our rents as low as we can, we will maintain a great level of well-being for our students, because it's one less thing to constantly think about. But you see there we go. Highest issue is high accommodation costs. So
on cue.
super important for me. And and again, our lowest rent at the moment, I think, is around £140 a week in central London, all bills included and catered. I think that's incredible, and I want us to continue that. So yeah.
Yeah. So that's you want to give a quick explain us a little bit about what we're looking at.
It's my last graph, I promise, but this is just also for you to show like what do we do as ESN, but also to see that it's not just me talking, it's actually the students talking. So everything that we actually come is from our work, from the samples that we collect. And I mean, here you can see the challenges that students face the most, and this specifically because this report is focused on housing, so accommodation, the challenge that they face while they are searching for accommodation. And the biggest challenge, I mean, more than half of the students reported, is the costs. I mean, the accommodation cost. I mean, this is after everything that we said. I don't think I have to have anything else. I mean, we see a lot of issues still. I mean, with scams, something that Al mentioned in the beginning. And also personally, as ESN, we receive a lot of complaints that, especially when they go to the private rental market, not as PBSA, but as that we see a lot of these, especially in big cities like, I don't know, Barcelona, also in Portugal. It happens a lot in Lisbon, especially. I mean, I lived here for a year a couple of years ago, and I personally had one of the worst times of my life as a Portuguese student moving inside of Portugal.
Wow.
It was very, very tough to find accommodation here. I was in a room without any invoicing, so it was cash, under the table, as we call it here in Portugal. So there was not even a contract, so I could be expelled at any time, and I had to kind of deal with this because there was no other. It was either that or I don't come to study to Lisbon. So of course, I mean, this is, and of course it was very expensive. I mean, Lisbon. I mean, I guess you already experienced this.
You are essentially talking about, as we were discussing, like the impact of housing insecurity and financial insecurity. And this is, again, like, I'm not going back to the first choice and not first choice. I just want to point out how bad the well-being score falls if students are like, okay, we couldn't get our first choice because it's booked out. That's a different thing versus saying, oh, I did not get my first choice. I could not move out of my family's home because I couldn't afford it. That factor is a much bigger factor than it's sold out. And I am really just reiterating what you said. And this is how students, this is a perception of how they see their finances. And essentially what this is telling you, this graph is telling you, is 66% of the students do not feel financially comfortable. And we do see that typically on-campus housing is more of an affordable option. And I want to turn to you, Pepe, that we essentially talk a lot about, we don't, like, everything is too expensive, investors making everything. How can we make it affordable and still something beneficial for the investors and operators?
Yeah, it's all about the mix. So again, I think going back to the initial analogy, we are the instruments, to play in the orchestra. Universities, they need support. So, for example, scholarships, or a specific rate for students who actually deserve it, or it's their own choice. Sometimes it's for students who come out of unprivileged positions. It's up to them. Again, they're the director of it. We are a tool, we are an instrument. So we're happy to do that. And we're constantly working with our university partners to say, okay, what do you need for your students to succeed? Because a better student for you is eventually more money for you as a university as well, because more people are going to come and study here. So to answer your question, I think there's two things we can do. One is exactly this, so either discounted rates for university partners or scholarships, and I would say. But the other one is cater for also price-sensitive students. So you tailor your offer based on also an entry point that normally you wouldn't have. So maybe you need double rooms, maybe you need triple rooms, maybe so that you actually dramatically lower the entry-level point of price, for those students who actually would love to be in our residence because it looks amazing. You should come if you haven't seen it, but eventually needs to deliver on what we promise to our investors. So we basically work on our price mix and our studio mix to make sure that we get a bit of both, and then we can also cater for the students who cannot afford the full price.
Yeah. A double rooms also is good for your mental well-being and for your sense of community. So you're not living by yourself, but there's always someone looking after you.
Yeah. I mean, you can still get you can still get into fights, but at least you have somebody to fight with.
You learn. I mean, you're a student. You gotta learn, right? So
You have to learn. Yeah. Can I just interrupt you for a second? I need to catch a flight.
Yes.
So
Do you have any last words?
Thank you guys for having me.
Of course.
Hopefully, we are going to build towards better mental well-being for our students, and hopefully the investors will see that they not only have to invest in studios but also in communal buildings. That's all.
Thank you, Al.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. Thank you all.
We will very quickly wrap up. I have just some last questions for you, Rui. What do you think is for everyone, so I'm going to start with you. What is the most important thing for you that you need as a student network from universities and from the housing sector for removing mobility barriers? Like,
I mean, for the universities, I think acknowledge the fact that, I mean, the things that we are talking about, like the lack of support, especially. I mean, I think that most universities already acknowledge this, but they cannot just move forward with this. So, I mean, that's also why ESN exists as a network, but we cannot do all of the job. To be honest, we should not be doing this type of job.
Of course.
But as universities, I think that the acknowledgement and the trying to work towards, for instance, programs such as James and Al are mentioning here are very successful cases that unfortunately are a few and not the I mean,
not the norm.
Exactly, not the norm.
Yeah.
I mean, but for the private sector, especially for the PBSAs, something that Pepe is mentioning a lot is the cooperation with universities, and I think that understanding also that the student experience doesn't start when the student arrives to the door. Okay, there's a whole process before of the searching for accommodation, of the looking for the city. I mean, we were talking about affordability. We also have data in all of these reports that I show that students right now, they don't maybe choose the city that they move in, especially sometimes for the university, they go because it's more affordable. So also universities sometimes are losing talent because their affordability of the city or even the accommodation cannot accommodate this type of students. So I think understanding that how the private sector can cooperate with universities to support them in actually growing and support better the students. This would be my wish.
Thank you. Thanks, Rui. And actually, if I may say so, the private sector does try to work with the universities, and typically that's the hard part.
Yeah.
And I know that, like, James, LSE has its own accommodation, but universities have a lot of, like, political leverage, and that's and how can universities help this a possibility that we work more closely with the private sector to, like, deliver more housing? Because not every university can actually also build on campus.
No, and I must say we already work with a number of partners really well. We do have our own stock, but we have great relationships, and some of them are in the room today. But that's taken some time, and that's taken some really careful thinking about, do we take ownership for X in the building, or do you take ownership? And let's work that out. Who's the best to kind of deliver X service? And sometimes that's just some really honest conversations to say, actually, you're actually better at this, or we are. So we do that right from the start. But I think that, as you say, every university is very different, and I speak just for one university. Each university will want something very different from different partners. Try and have those conversations as early as possible to work out what would work best. You touched on some great points around scholarships and bursaries, and I think linking back to affordability, I keep talking about affordability. Yeah. Let's try and offer as much as we can so that those students from more marginalised backgrounds or more backgrounds where they've struggled have got an opportunity to both study but also live on campus as well. Yeah.
Thanks, James. And you are right. Like, we did talk about care and how do we care better for our students. But it is essentially about, like, having very clear understanding of who is responsible for which type of care.
Yeah.
And I think, Pepe, you gave some really great examples when you talked about the different public-private partnerships. I'm going to close it to you. Do you have any last words that you think that the sector should know and learn from your PPPs?
Building on James' point, I'd say be creative. Again, every university is different, so you need to cater for different needs of every university. Let's be creative, let's sit down, let's listen, let's find a solution together. And the second one, I would say, quoting Simon Sinek, I don't know, as a big marketeer, obviously, is always start with a why. We as operator should really turn around and not talk about providing studios or beds. Of course, beds is a term we need to use with investors. They want to know that. That's the KPI, that's the number. We do this because we want to create a better environment for students. If we have this in mind, if we operate like that, that's why student will come to, to a residence. That's why student will come to the university, because we are truly doing it to improve the experience of the students. And again, it's harder than we think, but if we switch that mindset, that's how I think you can really better cooperate and increase the well-being of students.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause for these lovely gentlemen? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alan, James, Rui, Giuseppe and Aranima, for sharing what students really want and need, the challenges they face, and how we can attract them to the study destinations that we need across Europe. We've now got time to focus on your well-being. A big part of the discussion was the well-being of students, and it's clear that that's a key theme that everyone, no matter the stakeholder, is prioritizing. So please welcome to the stage Andrea from Technogym to focus on your well-being, get you moving, stand up, have a wiggle. He'll take us through some great exercises.
Too much. I'm just not even starting yet, but thank you. And you can have a seat. Don't move for now. Just introduce myself. I'm Andrea. I'm a Technogym master trainer and strength and conditioning coach. I will guide you throughout some movement and let you understand the importance of movement and how we see the movement, the joy of movement, and our, let's say, vision is let's move for a better world, because we are built to move and we are not moving enough at all, and I want you to start moving a little bit, because you're just sitting down for a long time. And so now I ask you, if there's any question, tell me now, or nothing. Okay, without any further ado, stand up please, if you don't mind. Good. Have a seat. Good. Thank you. Have a seat. Stand up, please. Nice. Have a seat. One more. Stand up, please. That's it. You just squat. Good. Stand up, stand up. Okay. So my colleague just gave you this mini band. Pretty sweet. First movement is just bring the band like so. Nice. Oh, you have the hard one. So the yellow one is the easy one. The darkest, the worst. So if you have the black one, good luck. So I want you to bring the band like this. You want to start strapping the band outside. Bring the band to your chest and gently pull forward, 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 forward. Bring your scapula out. When you reach the farthest you can, go back, breathe in. And again, keep us pulling outside, pulling outside. Feel the shoulders and go back. Give me 25 more. No, I'm kidding. Just 5. There we go. Sweet. Keep on doing it. There we go. Feel the shoulders going apart. 3 more. Let's go. 1. Nice. All the way forward. And 2. Nice. Last one. All the way forward. And back. Okay, relax. Sit down. Good. Stand up, please. Sorry, it's gonna be like this the whole day. No, kidding. So from here, without moving now, I want to keep the elbows a bit wider than the torso. And now I want to strap as much as you can on the outside. As much as you can. Don't break it, please. And relax. Again, keep the elbows stuck on the spot, but outside the torso. And go back. Yes, elbows stuck on the spot, and you want to open outside. Yes, feel the shoulders burning, hopefully. Yeah? Good. 3 more. 1. Nice. 2. Last one. And hold it. Hold it, hold it, hold it. 5, 4, 3, 2, stop. Good. Don't sit down. Don't sit down. I knew that. I knew that. Got you. Okay. Same position. So keep your core activated gently if you can. Now sit down. Pretend that the chair is a crystal chair. You don't want to break it. Just touch the chair. Come up. Nice. Touch the chair. Come up. Now watch. Touch the chair. Don't move. Don't move. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. 3, 2, 1. Up. Again. Down. Nice. 3, 2, 1, up, shake it off. Good. How do you feel? Not finished yet. No worries. Now, left hand on the bend. Left hand on the bend, all the way down. Pretend to be an archer. You want to pull the elbow all the way up to your shoulder. Pull the bend all the way up. Feel the torso stretch and the back. And go down. That's super easy. I want the elbow goes all the way up. All the way up. Nice. 3 more. All the way up. Don't move the left arm, just the right one. The left is stiff. There we go. Sweet. 3, 2, last one. There we go. Stop. Guess what? Switch. Same thing, other hand. All the way up. Right hand is stiff. Good. Nice. Stretch as much as you can. If you have the black one, good luck. All the way up. Nice. Perfect. Give me 5 more. 1. Good. And 3, take your time. And 2. Last one. And stop. Good. Shake it off. Now I want to use the chest a little bit. How do you feel? Good? I cannot hear you, so they're like, how do you feel? Good? Perfect. It's so weird to do like this. I'm used to interact with people, but like, it is what it is. Good. From here, like so. Sorry for the back. I want to feel the chest stretch up. And now from here, I want to close it. Close and feel the stretch of the chest. Close it again. Good. If you're a long day on the chair, that's really good. Really good. And go back. Like so. Yeah. Palm to the outside and palm to the inside. With the shoulder. 3 more. Palm to the outside, palm to the inside. 1 more. Yeah. And stay there. Now don't move from here. You want to pull backward as much as you can and go back in place. Don't move your back. Just the arms upright. There we go. 5 more. No, right? I will not go you to overhead because with the jacket it's tough. I know. 3 more. 1, 2, last one. And stop. Relax. Shake it off. We have 2 more. No worries. No worries. Now, we did tricep before. Now we do bicep. Exactly the opposite. So, from here, I want to hold like 90-degree angle with my elbow. From here, I want to pull down. Exactly the opposite. Now we do tricep. This one here. You want to pull down. Nice. Feel the bicep. Exactly. Yes. There we go. How many things we can do with a simple mini bend? 3 more. 1. Nice. 2. Yes. Last one. And 3. Guess what? Switch. And pull down. Nice. Bring right here, like so. Yeah, good. Nice. Keep on doing it. And then I tell you, we're gonna go back to squat. Oh yeah. We build to move. 3, 2, last one. And stop. Shake it off. You feel better, right? A little bit. So imagine that after a long day, or just half of a day, you want to do something easy, really easy. To move, switch off your brain from what you're doing, bring the energy up, and then go back to work. But now, let's squat. Same position, but if you can, stretch it out, go down, hold the position halfway. You want to bring the arms all the way up, feel the back stretching out, and all the way down. Don't move your legs. All the way up and all the way down. I know with the jacket is not easy. 3 more. 1, 2, last one. Hold the position. Feel the back stretch. 3, 2, one, rest. Guys and ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed this small session of activation. And if you want to try to walk on our treadmill or discover your wellness age with our Tech Engine checkup to start the journey with some data, feel free. You are more than welcome to join us. And if you have any question, let me know or come visit us to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. So for our next session, collaboration, the buzzword of the day. How does the sector organize itself? I'd like to welcome to the stage our moderator for this session, Kellyanne, Director of the CLASS Foundation. We have Rosa, Global Director of Public Affairs at the Social Hub. Bartjan, Dutch Tax Partner, Investment Management Real Estate in London for Loyens & Loeff. Marta, the CEO of Reza. Stuart, Operations Director at Luna. And Susanna, Head of Business Development, Italy at Ask4. Please give them a massive round of applause as they come to the stage for our final session of the day.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
No, that's okay.
Cheers.
How are you?
How
Good
are
to
you?
see you.
Good to see you.
Hi, good to meet you in person.
Just watering the plants, guys.
Oh, thank you.
You're okay.
Okay, hi everybody. I hope you're all well and have enjoyed your day so far. I'm very excited for this panel. This is our final actual content session that's going to be happening today on this stage. So this session is called How Does the Sector Organise Itself? So the purpose of this is to explore how collaboration, shared narrative and proactive engagement can strengthen the student housing sector, both in influence and visibility across Europe. So setting the foundations for a much more coordinated and confident voice in Europe. So we're going to start off by kind of discussing what our shared narrative is, like what's currently happening in our own remits and national frameworks, and how do we create that voice? So let's give some national snapshots. We are also still waiting for Bartjan, but he's going to join us in a second. So we will start, I think, with Marta. Oh, have we got Bartjan? Hi, Bartjan.
Hello.
How are you doing? So Bartjan, we're just going to start by you introducing yourself and giving a real quick overview of what's happening in the Dutch market. What are some of the challenges that you're seeing face?
Yeah, thank you. The only problem is I cannot hear you. So.
Oh, you can't? It's very
I
low.
cannot hear you.
Could be that you have to. Did you get this? You could turn up the volume yourself.
We're going to get a lovely technical person to come join. I think this is why the clicker is.
Yeah?
Can you hear us now?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Fantastic.
Wow, great technician. Thank you so much. So, sorry, I got hooked up a little bit too
No,
late.
that's absolutely fine.
I'm so sorry.
Would you like me to start again? Do you want me to?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, okay. So we're talking obviously about all of these national action frameworks, what's currently happening in our markets, and what I'm asking you is, what are the current challenges in the Netherlands at the moment? And I would like you to outline the targets for the development and delivery there, but then also some of those key challenges.
Yeah, so I think in 2022 the National Action Plan Student Housing was presented, and it was actually very broadly supported, even by our Minister of Housing at the time. But well, then we had a lot of different elections since then. But anyway, at that moment the target was set at 60,000 new beds, and that was widely supported. There's an annual monitor that is being published. Is the let's say national monitor student housing. And you see something very interesting in there, because actually this demand for houses, for beds for 60,000 is still there, but actually the number of students, especially in higher education students, is actually reduced. However, the number of available rooms has reduced even further. And that has to do with the Dutch investment climate. Because actually a lot of private investors, so about 50% of all the student housing in the Netherlands is owned by private investors. And a lot of those private investors, they are rather disincentivized from a tax perspective to actually continue to own and lease out those properties. And they've been selling off. So about 10,000 of these units have actually been sold off in only the past year. So you see that the number of available spaces is reducing faster than actually the number of students. So there's, on balance, there's a higher demand. So I think the 60,000 beds by 2030 is very much still the target that everybody is looking for. Yeah.
Amazing, thank you. I'm going to fly straight across to Spain with my wonderful colleague, Marta. Same question to you. What are the targets and challenges in this market?
I think like across, I would say all over Europe, one of the big challenges is the structural imbalance between demand and supply. So we have estimated an unmet demand of 280,000 beds, which depending on who do you talk to could be higher than that. But I think for me the key challenges are, okay, that unmet demand, what is the percentage of that is affordable? And despite the huge investment that we have experienced in the last 5 years, which in Spain has been amazing, last year we had 10,000 new beds in the market, which I think is huge increase. We are not able to keep pace with the growth on the demand side. So I think that's first is, can we grow as fast as the market needs? That's one. The other is that when we talk about a market, I think it's not a market, and I think it's very common with other European countries. So we have different cities and different regions with different regulations and different, I would say, stakeholders. So one of the challenges is who do we talk to on the public side, and how do we get their support? Then I think, of course, on-campus housing is a huge issue. And although we have been talking about RESA and how efficient were we with public and private collaboration, that took RESA 30 years. So I think, we are huge, but it took a long time to build that. And then, of course, I think there's a big difference between the international student and national domestic population. Their ability to pay higher rents and so on is very different. So I think segmentation is also going to be key. So who are we trying to address our asset to? So for me, that's like the mix. Of course, I think now in Spain, and I think across Europe, housing is a big political issue. It's a real one, but it's also a very, I would say, a key political argument for in our market. So we need to start presenting ourselves as solution, and not. But that's a challenge, because I honestly think there's a lot of stakeholders we as a sector are not seen as a sector, and I think that's what we need to start building. I think public administration, but even I think that regular public see us as real estate investors. So I think that's a big challenge for us, and honestly I think we are a solution. We just need to make sure that people understand what is it that we are, and also maybe differentiating ourselves from other solutions. There's a lot of people investing in this sector or trying to provide solutions. There's a huge demand. And then we have people entering the market that are not providing great quality, not great solutions. And I'm talking also like, private owners starting to do their own flats and things like that. That could really jeopardize the way people see our sector. So we need to make sure that we differentiate ourselves from other solutions that are not kind of following the standards of quality that we as a sector can offer.
Yeah, I think that kind of reinventing the narrative or inventing the narrative
completely,
potentially. Yeah. And I think we see that across other markets as well, is absolutely a necessity to be able to thrive in those markets. And I think it's also quite interesting with your investors, PGGM, having such an, in the UK, backing UPP, those public-private partnerships that are such a successful, they've got 35,000 beds, they have such a successful framework for being able to provide that, but seeing in another market them try to do a similar type of approach, it taking 10 years to get there, we kind of see the differences in those types of...
I think, on the other panel that, there was some, I was very happy that was a lot of comments about RESA, but I think that there was something missing, which is the long-term view of these investors. Because I think it's much easier to talk to universities and administrations if you say that you're going to be here for a long time. Because you are talking to administrations or university that has been in the market for centuries. So their time horizon is very different. So I think that type of capital is also helping to show this market in a slightly different way. So infrastructure capital, I think, is great.
Yeah.
It's not just because it's my investor, but it's also, I think it's a great news that type of capital is coming to the...
Yeah.
And
I think that's
PBSA.
something that we also saw in the Netherlands as well. The most successful brands were those long-term investors, especially with, because the Netherlands is slightly different. The universities are actually are not allowed to build student housing. It's actually, it's a no-go. So then who is going to fill that gap? It has to be a conversation around that kind of long-term investment there. Yeah. So, and I think we're going to touch on that kind of repositioning and that social infrastructure vision shortly as well. Okay, we will go to the next country, which is the UK. Stuart.
Yeah, I think the UK is obviously would be seen as one of the most mature market in Europe when we're looking at it, but it's in a real change of flux at the moment with things that we're seeing politically, but also just within a lot of the pressures that you've also touched on in some of those other markets. I think when you look at the wider housing challenges in the UK, the current government's got a target of 1.5 million homes that they need to deliver, non-negotiable delivery. Within the term of this government, and PBSA is actually no factor in any of that 1.5 million. It wouldn't be viewed as any beds delivered towards that target that they have. And I think one of the challenges we have, one of the many challenges we have in the UK is this understanding of how we actually can get to deliver those homes, whether it's through build cost, legislation that's coming in, various different changes, and I think the changing needs of students and that type of accommodation that they're actually going to use. So we've just had the Renters' Rights Act that's come in the UK that some of you have heard of, and the impact that will have then on the wider HMO market. And what we're then seeing, I think, this year, and especially in a lot of our markets, is the rise of the commuter student. And not necessarily does that come about because of choice. It's actually because of lack of accessibility to be able to get into these rooms. Construction costs in the UK have risen about 17% in the last 3 years. So we start then looking at viability that we can deliver that, and then you add in factors like the Building Safety Act and various other ways that are kind of putting the timeline on actually delivering accommodation and extending that out becomes really, really tricky. And I think one of the things that we'll talk about later today is how do you think about this on a European basis, but one of the things that can get very overlooked in the UK is that housing itself is a devolved sector. So we have different legislation in Scotland than we do against England. We've got no Building Safety Act in Scotland, but we've got different rent caps and other things that factor it. So there's no joined up approach. And I think as we've been doing the National Action Framework with the class, you start looking at one of the biggest challenges in the UK is that there is no home for PBSA. Student accommodation itself falls in the gap between housing and education. Yeah. So actually, who is the person that takes that ownership and says we need a national strategy? Because I think we've seen local strategies come through. Nottingham as a city that's, if you're a student in Nottingham, you now have fantastic options in that accessibility because there was a local plan, but actually developing that out into a national plan, which would then become a Scottish plan and an English and Welsh plan. So you can see the differences politically that drives a lot of these challenges. So whether it's the market challenges we're seeing through cost, or it's legislative challenges that the governments are putting in, it's making it very difficult to deliver accessible beds, or letting developers start to look at divesting typology of beds that actually meets the requirements of the domestic student. And I think that's the biggest challenge our market's got at the moment.
I think really interesting as well, because Barchan helps the Class Foundation deliver the PBSA legislation report. And I think that's kind of the first steps in really trying to understand what are the differences and the nuances between the different legislations, but the importance of the investment conditions in each, and how do they learn from each other and impact and can be taken from each other. I don't know if you've got anything to add on that in terms of...
Yeah, so last year we published the first time a comparative overview of legal and tax aspects of PBSA investments, operation, legislation around it, affordable housing acts and those kind of things. For 14 countries. So if you compare, indeed, you see the differences and you see the comparisons. I think it's, I mean, countries, governments forming policy, they should learn from each other, because I think actually there's so much more that you can do if you understand, let's say, how it works in other countries. Of course, there are differences, that's clear, in between countries, and not only in demand but also in other types of legislation. But exactly the point that you were making, this where does PBSA fall? So is it our Ministry of Housing? As I said, the National Action Plan in the Netherlands was actually supported by the Minister of Housing, but then everybody keeps on referring to education. Or maybe it's even, I don't know, hospitality in some cases, right? So it's somewhere in the middle. But I think learning from each other, I think that's super important. So we're going to renew that report next year, and then take on board what has hopefully changed for the better.
And then, and also just to add to that, I thought that really powerful video from Matthew Baldwin this morning to open those sessions, where he said, yes, this is backed by the Housing Minister, but we are also in conversation with the Education Minister and the Youth and People Minister. And I think that collaboration is needed because it does sit, it's an intersection of all of these different key stakeholders. And I think that is also the importance of being able to have that conversation, because they directly impact each other.
It's collaboration, or it's just ownership, isn't it? And you go down that route, because I think that comes back to the fragmented nature of why governments find it very difficult to achieve things. And put things out. So really go back to, can someone own that, or you've got to go between the two departments and find it. So yeah, there's something to think about.
But it's also a little bit maybe some of the, let's say, the higher choices that are being made. So because we saw in the past year and a bit a very anti-immigrant government in the Netherlands, right? So immediately the direction was reduction of foreigners, so the internationals. Well, I mean, reduction of internationals who have like 100% housing need compared to people who could still live with their parents, probably. I mean, makes a huge difference, of course, but also for the market, but also for the rent that you can ask. I mean, so the whole product changes if you have less internationals, right? So it's very very important element.
So to go to, I think, one of the most exciting markets at the moment, I think it is definitely one of the most interesting markets for our investors at the moment. I'd love for you to tell us a little bit about the demand and the fundamental challenges in that market, which is Italy.
Absolutely. One thing that I would like to start with, reconnecting to what you said about challenging the narrative and rethinking the way we address common challenges, is the fact that normally Italy is associated just with challenges. It is indeed a nascent market, but it has huge potential. If we look at key market fundamentals, we see, for instance, that the most recent 30k beds under development will really make a very small difference in the provision rate. We're looking at a provision rate that is well below other EMEA markets. And if you look at Rome, it's around 2.9%. So there's a huge potential there indeed. In terms of internationalization, obviously Italy not only has 43 universities, and 3 of them have increased their ranking very much significantly in the past 6 years, but it also has reached a 30% plus number of English taught programs in the last 8 years. So certainly there has been a lot of investment on the higher education sector to make it more competitive. There is a standard traditional market indeed, highly fragmented. You do have 3 different main organizations that unite the different operators and stakeholders. Certainly it is not a unified approach. One key challenge but it's not only in Italy, is the legislative part. In terms of regulation, you do have a fragmented territory with different requirements depending on the city, and allowing hybrid models which are incredibly interesting and useful for the Italian market to thrive in some cases and not. At the same time, there's an incredible opportunity in terms of regeneration because of the housing stock that is currently available in very good locations. Obviously, this has a unique these are unique situations where also there are different drivers that can take you to decide to go for it or not. But still, very high quality education. International students don't have to pay more to study in Italy because the constitution itself allows you to access higher education. So your fee, your university fee, will be based on your income if you go to a public university. There are many public universities of very high standing.
Yeah, it's really interesting because whenever we host the forum in any of the countries, it is probably maybe UK is on par, but the higher education involvement and attendees in that conversation, I think we covered 17 of those universities at our last our last forum. They are very actively involved, and I think that is a huge positive because they really do see it as a challenge and us as part of the solution for them to be able to grow and continue to thrive in those. And I think you're right. From the study portal's data this morning, English taught programs, they're now the 4th in Europe in terms of English taught programs, and they are actually now have moved up to the highest researched or of interest to international students. I think there is absolutely a huge opportunity there for that. So I'm going to ask Rosa to come in here. I'm very, very excited to have Rosa on our panel. So many people hear the word public affairs, but don't quite know what it means. So I want to bring in Rosa to kind of dig a little bit deeper into how public affairs can help support us and what it really can do and means.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for having me. I'm a bit the odd one out here, but I feel it's great to be here for me, to be across the people that are actually, in my view, shaping the social fabric of Europe education cities. And I come from it from a bit of a different background. So I worked in national government, European Parliament. For a long time, I've worked at a company that has been faced with regulatory challenges, which is Airbnb, to say the least. So I know how policy is made. I've made policy myself, with many other people, of course. So I also know how influence works. And I see great opportunities for the sector here to be better coordinated, to collaborate more, and I think all of the ingredients are actually already there. And when you look at what is public affairs, very often it's seen as lobbying in a transactional way. I need something, you're either going to give it to me or not, and I'm going to try everything in my power to move it in that direction. Well, actually, it's the opposite. It's really about long-term relationship building, earning trust, and trust comes by foot and can leave by horseback. So it's very difficult to balance that out and to really try and look at creating a win-win situation with joint solutions to joint challenges on a social level, economic level, etc. And it is very slow work. It's very strategic. Takes a lot of time. It was mentioned during one of the patients. It requires a lot of patience, and the outcome is often not tangible. But it can really make the difference for the sector. And I believe there is great momentum in doing so, because timing is everything. And what I would love to do, very briefly, because I can talk about this for hours and hours, but why this moment, in my view, matters. What, in my view, are the challenges, but I'd love to focus actually more on the opportunities that I see for the sector. And then I'd like to end with 3 guiding principles that we can maybe then all take back home and start working on together. So why does this moment matter now? I think a lot has already been said. Housing is a key political topic at the moment. Not only housing, affordability, cost of living as well. I thought it was very interesting what you are saying. The sector needs to position itself as part of the solution, because otherwise we're going to be framed as a problem, which you slowly already start to see that is happening, right? We all know there's for the first time a commissioner on housing, Jurgensen. There's an EU affordable housing plan in the making. And in my view, the student housing that sits right in the center of all of that. It's about access to education, it's also about affordability, but it's more than that, and that is the opportunities where I'd like to get to. It's about creating livable cities, and in my view, very important, creating the resilience of the next generation. Because let's all agree that the sector, all the people that you have in all your accommodations is the future workforce of Europe. So I think making that very well aware to the Commission, but also to national governments and even on a local level, will be crucial. Then, in my view, the next 3 years will be crucial for the sector. We've spoken about the European Union, the European Commission particularly, and the housing, EU Affordable Housing Plan in the making. There's new elections in 2029, but for me, what is the key year is 2028, because that is when the multi-annual financial framework for Europe will be decided. Today, we had a lot of conversation about the need for more public funding. I learned earlier today that it's 461 billion that we need to meet the unmet supply, and currently there's actually 15 billion in the current multi-annual framework available for housing in general, so not even the sector. So I understood also in our conversation there is a lot of private funding, but how do we make sure that also the public funding is integrated well there? Well, the conversations about this new multi-annual financial framework are taking place as we speak. So also in addition to that, there is about 100 elections coming up in the current 3 years on a local level, regional level, national level, etc. All the countries that are here represented today, in one way or another, in the coming 3 years, they have local elections. We just had them in the Netherlands, but we have local elections coming up, and for this sector, the local elections are very, very important. So in terms of timing, the moment is now. There's also a lot of similarities with these upcoming elections where you can do a lot of sharing of best practices. We've spoken a lot about the challenges, unmet demand, rising costs, fragmented systems, maybe too low recognition of the sector. But again, as said, what I believe is that rather than be seen as the investors or the developers, there's an opportunity to position yourself as the enablers of education, mobility, and very important social cohesion. And I think those are key topics for whether it's on a European Union level or on a local level that will resonate very well. And I thought it was interesting, earlier today there was a session with Marina, former housing minister here in Portugal, and she was saying, if you want to work together with governments on whatever level it is, you need to provide them with part of the solution that they are faced with. And I think besides the housing element, social cohesion will be a very big topic. And I believe that in addition, because I think we all agree on that we're already part of the solution on the housing part. But I think if you enrich that by also focusing on this particular element, it will really help a lot. Then to end, because I also would love to get everybody's responses to what I'm saying here, 3, I would say, basic guiding principles. We spoke a lot today about public-private partnerships. Everybody wants them, but how do you actually make them possible? So really make sure that you act as a business diplomat. There's a lot of linkages between diplomacy and business, actually. So make sure that you make friends in peacetime and really build credibility in times when there's not a crisis, because normally what happens is, my experience, public affairs comes in when there's an issue. But then it's actually when you're already quite late because you're in a reactive way doing that. So I think really making sure that you listen very carefully to governments. What is it that they need and how can you be part of that solution, and really focusing on that particular narrative. Then secondly, treat public affairs within your organization as a political campaign. Again, to my point of often public affairs being very reactive, you need to have a very clear moment in time and what you want to reach by that point. A very simple example is always elections. We know that in March next year in the Netherlands, we have local elections. I know that in some key Italian cities next year we have elections. So see that as the key point of reference to which you are working. And for that, you need very clear goals and very simple messaging. You need to make sure that you've mapped all your stakeholders very well and follow that timeline very strict. And I think, Kellyanne, what you have done with your submission for the EU Affordable Housing Plan is a perfect example of that. Because it's not just a submission. It's all the conversations that you have been having on behalf of the other parties as well already for months leading up to that submission. But it shouldn't stop there. Now you need to go out there and tell the story of what you have submit on all political levels. And I do want to call out, because I'm a political junkie, as they say. 2 days ago, New York elected a new mayor. I think by now everybody knows him, but a year ago no one knew him. And this man, with an agenda of affordability and housing as a human right, has managed in 1 year to win over all the hearts and minds of the New Yorkers. And I really invite you all. The New York Times has written some very interesting articles about his political campaign. I would invite you all to read it, because I think there's a lot of lessons to learn. And it's interesting that there already are some linkages in terms of content between his agenda and the ones of the sector. So really get your inspiration also from political campaigns and see your own objectives also as a political campaign. And then unite as a sector. I think that was said already a lot today. And there I would say also expand your field of interest. Yes, as a sector, but I think the educational institutions are very important allies. They come at it from different perspectives. They bring different networks. They bring a lot of credibility, but also the real voices of people. You have so many students. Yesterday I had the chance of visiting one of the Erasmus Plus residences, and there were so many students there, and the way they were talking with passion, conviction, and pride about where they were living, I think you can use those voices in the political environment very well as well. And there's also organizations like ESN that bring those people together. But you know, it's often better to not bring the public affairs person to a meeting, but bring an actual citizen is always much better. So to end, I have come up with what I believe could be the narrative for the sector looking ahead for 2028 or 2030. I really believe that the PBSA sector is a partner to cities in solving the housing crisis. It's a partner to cities in making those cities future-proof, and it's a partner in raising resilient future generations, Europe's future workforce. And I think then it automatically comes to what is needed to be able to be that partner. And that is, in my view, very simple. Less fragmentation, less red tape, simplified regulation, and unlocking public funding.
Okay, so a lot to digest there.
Yes.
And what I think I would like to do is kind of zoom that in to on a regional level. So we can then talk about some of the solutions and how, for example, some of these strategies could potentially impact your own national action framework. So I'm going to start with Stuart. So let's start with you. The most mature market in Europe. So what are some of the opportunities and recommendations that you would make urgently then to this market?
So I think the first thing that we've kind of come across in the UK, go back to how do we deliver this more accessible or affordable accommodation. And I think we've talked about this now for a number of years in the sector. And I think we've all now come to the conclusion that if we're going to rely on the public sector to do this, it won't happen. This is not the private sector's job to be able to deliver this affordable accommodation. So government has to have a role in unlocking this. And whether that's then looking at PBSA or from a social infrastructure point of view, and there's various different ways they could go down. There's a NISTA pipeline that's come in, and as we go back to this ownership of where should student accommodation sit within government, then that's really important to do. I think one of the things we've kind of seen is a lot of the legislation has come in over the last couple of years and almost feel like you get a bit done to. We don't actually have the lobbying power within the sector that actually is speaking to government. We've got a code of standards that look after the students' interests, but there hasn't been that kind of committee or body that's lobbying on behalf of developers, providers, and basically the sector itself. So I think maybe 6-8 weeks ago we've seen the announcement of the British Property Federation PBSA subcommittee, which has all the biggest providers in the market part of it, which I think is now a real great step forward for those owners, operators, developers to be lobbying and getting access to government. But that's something for years and years we've not been able to find that home. So I think that's a great first step as we then go, how do we actually then work with government to try and unlock some of these opportunities. And then with that, we would hope we will see a bit more innovation in typology of room types, etc., and really moving away from the studio first model that the sector has had to develop to make viability of any development. So that coordination, I think, is the first critical step, and we're all looking to see some output from that.
Yeah, perfect. And I think leading on from that, I'm going to come straight to Martha then. You know, you've got some exciting news about a Spanish PBSA association that's been formed. I would love for you to tell us about a bit like what's a 5-year goal, who's going to be involved, how people can get involved.
Okay. So, so before that, I think we've been talking about the different challenges that we as a sector are facing and so on, and I think there are a lot of common things across markets, and I'm surprised, but I honestly think there is a huge opportunity also as a sector of coming with a message of a positive message. We are really a solution, and I think we need to prove it, and for me to prove it means having concrete data. So how many flats are we freeing up every time we open a PBSA? We can actually analyze that easily. I think we are providing great security, not just physical security, mental health and so on. I think we need to come up with ways of really transforming all those things that we know as a sector in very specific, I would say, a positive narrative of what is our value proposition and why are we a solution. Honestly, I think there is a common narrative across Europe about this, and so I would really focus on the positive side of it and not on the how are we not seen as just real estate investors, because I think we need to work on that, but I would really focus on that. So with that aim, we started to talk among operators in Spain. We were, I think we became very much aware of, all of a sudden the sector is in the press almost every day. And what you can read in the press in Spain about the sector is great investment, great returns. You know, these guys are getting their pockets big. So I think it's a pity that that's the only news that you can see in Spain about the sector. So we decided, okay, we need to talk. I think we are also part of the solution, not just for the housing crisis, but also as an industry of education in Europe. So we are in a moment which I think is great for Europe, great for Spain, at least that's what I see. And we really can be a great alternative for the US, instead of studying in the US, which is basically very expensive, or other markets, Europe is becoming a place which is incredibly attractive. Across universities, you see a lot of programs are cross between Europe. So we need to help the sector, and I'm talking now education, to have a super strong value proposition, and part of that value proposition is accommodation. And I think one of the reasons that why international students are coming to Spain is, of course, party and great schools and so on. But honestly, the quality of PBSA, and that's something that people really get surprised. So I think we need to build on that narrative as a sector. So that's what we saw in Spain. Initially, of course, we have a myriad of very different players, and Resa is very different from others, but everyone is very different. And so I guess we all saw the need. We share that need, and so basically in the new association, I think we are represented almost 80%, which is amazing. So everybody is joined the association. I think our main goal is first create that strong narrative and make sure that we align on that narrative, because if you talk to each one of the players, they will say something different. And I think we need to work that out. Also, make sure that we repeat the same messages. I think it's super relevant for us, and then try to work together. I mean, we were talking about fragmented administrations. It's impossible for one player to talk to all of them. Yeah, it's impossible. We are not going to do it. Mm-hmm. So at least, we are trying to build a plan where each one of us will try to, address some of the stakeholders that we think are critical, national, local, and at the end of the day, it's also showing the good things we're doing. And I think we are doing a lot of good. Really,
yeah,
we are.
Yeah, we are. And can I just... sorry, yeah, go on.
On the positive side, We recently met in Brussels, if you remember, at the European Economic Social Committee. And we discussed a number of things, including qualitative labels to be associated with student housing and the joint effort. And thanks to all of your work, this is certainly going forward. At the same time, if you look at the impact of student housing on the local community in terms of urban regeneration, I'm asking myself, why shouldn't we measure more the social return on the investment of the students? And at the end, everything goes back to data, and all the good that is being done should be measured, portrayed, and should be part of all the policies that are being put in place. So certainly that is a key point of interest for me. And another item that I found very interesting in the UK, which we could adapt, not maybe adopt entirely, is the Code of Standards.
Yeah.
So, for example, in Italy, we do have a national regulation defining standards, etc. But there are different elements that I find particularly interesting in the UK that could be applicable within the right way elsewhere.
And I think the best thing about the Code of Standards as well is that the new legislation coming in from the Renters' Rights Act means that providers have to be part of that in order to get the exemption status from it.
Mm-hmm.
But I've been part of that Code of Standards my whole time in the sector. So this wasn't a carrot and stick for the sector in the UK. This was set as a best practice framework in 95. You'll probably know the stats better than me, Kelly, and how many are part of it. But it was the right thing for the sector to set itself up.
And I think that's the Code of Standards is really interesting because I worked for Unipol for 5 years. I was part of building and fleshing those out, and the Code of Standards definitely helped the delivery of more beds. It helped standardise the sector, increase quality. It also shifted cultures of what the role of a landlord and operator was. They introduced the first mental health and wellbeing clause, and 10 years ago, say to a landlord that you are now responsible for that tenant's well-being, they would have gone, no, I'm not, I'm the landlord. So that shift, and there's a huge opportunity to be able to shift those cultures, conversations, but also represent them in a way, particularly in a legislative and policy realm. So I do think there is a huge potential and opportunity for something like that to happen at a European level or even at a regional level, for sure.
For me, the only thing about that is I think we also need to be careful. And I know that I always say this, but I really think I would try to avoid focusing on regulation first. Because I think this could really backlash us. So we need to be very careful. I think it will help us differentiate and really define the industry, because I think we need that. But it's also, and I think, just by creating those clear messages, what is it that we need to say, but what is it that we shouldn't be saying, I think it's as important.
Yep.
And I think, of course, working together, and I think learning from markets like the UK, which is, it's far ahead, I think it will help us, but I really think we need to be careful on where we be focused.
No, but also, Martha, as well, if you look at the Spanish market, the actual asset classes itself are very different. They're also very hybrid.
Yeah.
They're a different type of product. So when you look at why the UK standard started, is because it was a copy and paste of the same type of housing, so it was much easier to do.
It was much easier, yeah.
So, and also, one of the biggest problems with the Code of Standards is it isn't very flexible at all. So it has stifled innovation in a lot of ways, but I think using what's the learnings from that and what we can and can't take, the way they coordinate themselves, how they represent the sector at a government level. Also things like when Renters' Right Reform Bill come in, and it's going to absolutely wipe a lot of players out and be a huge headache. They've now said if you're part of this, you're exempt from it.
Yeah.
So there is benefits to it as well. So I think it's about picking and choosing what works and doesn't work. Yeah. Nice. I'm going to come to yourself, Susanna. Yes. So tell me a little bit about some of the opportunities then that you would like to put forward, recommendations then for the Italian markets.
This is a great question, a very difficult question. Also considering the fragmentation at the moment and the response towards a unified approach. Certainly, I believe that once there is a very strong effort at EU level, that focuses on making business easier. For the different stakeholders, the attitude will be more collaborative. We did have a missed opportunity with the PNRR funding because of all the possibilities that it entailed that were really limited by the admin that is required. But there was one thing that stayed with me and that I found incredibly useful to be applied to the sector as a whole was the admin fast track that allowed developments to be fast tracked further. Certainly, I think the different players in the Italian market will unite once there is a wider, higher coordinated effort at EU level and some opportunities for them. Right now, I see a lot of fragmentation, and I know it's not easy to get them all together around the table, but we're going to get there. You always need a localized approach with a long-term view and a lot of trust-building process. And as you said, working together, not against each other.
Yeah, fantastic. And then I'm going to just go to the Netherlands then. I think with all the kind of political hype that's been happening there and the shifts that hopefully will become positive in terms of the kind of pro-European, pro-student. Can you kind of summarize?
Of course, I mean, the outcome of our elections is hopeful, and we're going to see which government is going to be formed. But there are two possibilities. Either there's a more center-right government, which will be probably very pro-business and looking at the market mostly, and then the other possibilities will be more through the middle, where we'll have our liberals on the one hand and the Christian Democrats on the one hand and our Labour Party on the other hand. Now, interestingly enough, if you look at PBSA, if you look at housing in general, there's a very different approach because the Labour Party wants to spend a lot of public funding, so the funding from the government into that sector, whereas the other side wants to do it privately. So, I mean, I can imagine easily, of course, that there's a middle way, which is called public-private partnerships, and we can learn from other countries. And I think one of the main issues so far to unlock capital for the Dutch market has been the tax bill. And one of the things that is really, really difficult is not only when you acquire your properties that you have to pay a high transfer tax, but also interest deductibility. So that's making the effective tax rate on your returns very high if you cannot deduct all your interest. Now, interestingly enough, in Europe, in the part of the bigger housing plans, they're also looking at the European directive that is curbing interest deductibility. And they're actually thinking about making housing, and maybe we should focus then in our sector on student housing, making it a crucial infrastructure. So there's an exemption for crucial infrastructure. And if we can get that between the ears of Europe amending the directive, then in the Netherlands we can also probably unlock a lot more capital because all of a sudden the calculation does work out. So I'm very positive that in this next government we're going to find some solution and looking at Europe hopefully as well.
Fantastic. I am being told to wrap this up, but I just want to ask Rosa, have you got one line, 2 lines of the summary of this session?
Yeah, I think as how I started it, right? All the ingredients to have a seat at the table are there. But I think really stepping out of your day-to-day routine to try and come together to create that narrative and learn from best practices like the experienced one in the market, like the UK, will bring that forward. And happy to think along as a sparring partner.
So I want to give a huge round of applause for my fantastic panelists. This was our session on collaboration. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Kilian.
Thank you. What a day. Look, I'm being handed a glass of wine. That's always a good sign. We're at the end of the day, guys.
Wait a second, wait.
So, how is everybody feeling? You are more than welcome to go and get a glass of wine, but come back to these seats, please, because I want to finish this session. We have some big news, and we also have a bike giveaway, and the location of next year will be announced in the next 10 minutes. So, I can think we all agree that the class conference this year, Reinforcing Europe, has been a very inspiring one. It's been full of lots of different conversations. I think it's been challenging our thought processes, and it's been digging a little bit deeper than potentially maybe what we have been doing in the past. So I'm very, very proud, and I want to thank you all for being part of those conversations. But just before we wrap up, I would like to bring up our moderators from each of the stages to wrap up a 2-minute summary of the biggest and most interesting insights and themes that they've seen on their stage.
Less than that.
So I am going to bring up Romy, Sarah, and Dan Smith. Welcome.
Thanks, Kelly. I bring in my wine.
Thank you.
It's that time of day.
Oh, I'm loving it.
It's really good.
Hi,
If anyone wants a
guys.
white wine, very good.
Yeah, where's mine? If you want.
Sorry, could only carry two. So I think one of the biggest themes today on the Nexus stage has been collaboration, but trust has come up time and time and time and again. And it seems that we're all on the same page that the expertise doesn't currently exist in every room where we need to collaborate. So the intention is there. We're aware of student needs, but the public and private partnership that we also desperately want to come together really needs everyone to stop working in silos and come together into an ecosystem, I believe Josephine said earlier, to work together effectively. We know we need to cater to different needs to students across the market. There's many opportunities that aren't being broached yet with regards to affordability and accessibility. And fundamentally, we need to reinforce Europe because it sounds like we've got a lot of competition globally in other study destinations. And this is the opportunity we need to capitalize on now or we're going to miss out. And we don't want that brain drain. That's the whole purpose of today, right? Securing that talent, delivering beds to meet the supply demand. All the buzzwords coming out, supply, demand, blah, blah, blah. But you get the gist. And it's been a really long and productive day of thought-provoking discussion. So thank you for bearing with us. And thank you so much to all of the speakers on the Nexus stage today.
Yeah, thank you, Romy. I'm going to come to Sarah now.
So I was moderating the community hub all day. It was super interactive, so thank you to everyone that came to those sessions and engaged. I think the key theme for me for the day was probably strategy. So we covered, we had the women's breakfast first thing this morning, championing women. We had an HR hub, operations, marketing and investment. And actually, so much of it came down to strategy. So, for example, what is the culture in a business? Because that will lead diversity in many different ways, including gender. We then talked through kind of HR and about learning and development, and actually what is the business strategy and what are the learning and development needs, and do they meet the business goals rather than just training and development for training's sake. And there was one thing that stood out was about asking for feedback to try and drive that culture, and not to be scared of feedback with the employees in your company. And that also led on to what we were talking about on the marketing hub, which was a lot about brand. Who cares about brand? Do the residents care about brand? Do investors care about brand? And one kind of subset of stakeholders that's often forgotten about is employees. And actually, they really care about brand and they care about culture as well. Investment, the summary of that session, real focus on mainland Europe, much more so than the UK. It was noted, as I'm sure it has been across many stages today, about the length of time and the challenges involved in building in the UK, and that means that people are shifting their attention elsewhere. And there was a key point about looking to the future. When build does take so long, is actually you've got to look into the crystal ball and work out where are those opportunities going to be in 4 to 5 years, not what's now. And there's some still really, really great untapped markets in Europe, in cities that actually could be amazing hotspots in the next 4 to 5 years. So yeah, it was a packed day on the community hub.
Sounds amazing.
So I was moderating the Catalyst stage, and so the theme for that was obviously action. We had a very varied group of sessions, from gym providers with Techno Gym to Yardi talking about their AI solution, and then beyond that into we had the lawyers give. I don't know whose idea it was to give the lawyers the graveyard shift, but to be fair to Osborne Clark, they did a great job discussing.
Fantastic topic, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's really important that we do start thinking about making sure that we're not just focused on the UK in particular. I think we can be a little bit arrogant. We have a very mature market, and actually it was brilliant to see Spain, Germany, Portugal, Poland, etc. broken out and really getting into the detail there. We heard from Utopia as well, really interesting insight from them to really talk about, obviously, heating management, behaviour change, all of the good stuff that comes with getting Utopia into your properties, but also then some of the community building that Utopia brings about, but also then the safeguarding of some of the residents too. So, that was, again, a really interesting insight. But we started the day with Thule and Paul from Student Crowd, and, we know what a fantastic job that they're doing of democratising that data for the industry. And I think the key thing that we're seeing is that we're starting to get a lot of learnings that are being shared either from the UK, but also now back from Europe into the UK. And so I think that, again, we need to shed some of that UK arrogance where we're expecting to dictate what's happening to the industry within Europe. And Student Crowd did a really good job of showcasing that we need to focus on balancing that affordability and that long-term viability ultimately. And it's good to see that a lot of investors and developers are really taking quite a measured approach to development within Europe, having looked at the UK and some of the challenges that we've got with filling beds. So yeah, really good interactive stage, really thoroughly enjoyed it, and thanks very much to all those who took part.
Okay, huge round of applause for my 3 hosts and moderators. Okay. Oh, wow. Voice of God. You guys can take your headphones off now. Oh. Oh. So, because everybody at the back in there should still be listening to me, I asked if I could be given on their overhead. Can everybody hear me okay? Is it a bit muffled? Oh, so it's great apparently if you're in the middle, but you guys okay at the front? Meh. We'll give it a go, and if not, we'll turn back to the headsets, okay? So, we're going to say a huge thank you now to all of our sponsors for helping make this possible. Also, we are going to do our legendary bike giveaway. So, I would like to say...
Drum roll.
Drum roll, please. And the winner is... Jeffrey Hudson. Round of applause. Yeah, you can come up. That's the bike you're going to be winning up there. Yeah. No. But if we can get some photos with the bike, that would be great. Fabulous. Thank you so much. Thank you to Branded Velo for always supporting us with the bike competition. I think it's something that people get really excited about. And
it's an incredible giveaway.
Yeah,
I mean, look at it up there. It's like an angel.
Yeah, but to be fair, I think he's going to have a hard job cycling it all the way back to wherever he lives. Hopefully he's Lisbon.
I'm not cycling up the hill in Lisbon. Good luck to you.
So we are also going to be doing the class conference reveal. Do you know where we're going?
I might have had a sneak peek at the Word doc, but I'm going to pretend I don't know. Super exciting.
I am very, 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 very excited to say that our 15-year anniversary is going to be in... Four, 3, 2, 1. Sorry. So that is us. We have finished the day's sessions, but it is not over. We are going to have the DJ set play, the bar is open, the food will continue to come out, and then we are going to the after party for the official closing party, Loft, and the address is there. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Kellyanne.